Florida City of Port Racing City Council meeting Tuesday, November 12th, 2024. I'd like Danny Fields for the invocation and bring statement.
Okay. Father God, we just thank you for this day. We thank you for your mercy and grace. We just ask for wisdom and guidance with City Hall. I thank you for the mayor, and I thank you for all the council. And I do know that there's a lot of stuff on the agenda tonight. So, Lord, we just thank you that we will have that wisdom. We will talk about it and discuss and hear from the people and just make decisions on it, and knowing that you're going to help us and guide us, and that this will be a great place to live and work and play in and come together to be unified. And I pray all this in Jesus' name. Amen.
Madam Clerk, take roll, please.
Mayor John Eric Huber,
Here.
Vice Mayor Linda Rodriguez,
Here.
Councilman David Mueller,
Here.
Councilman Robert Hubbard,
Here.
Councilwoman Lisa Burke,
Here.
City Attorney Nancy Meyer,
Here.
City Manager Matthew Koppler.
Here. Thank you. First up, do we need to do a swearing-in ceremony for Lisa?
That will be the next meeting. I'm still waiting on final.
Oh, okay. Okay, wait, sure. I thought we was going to do it just a minute. Okay, good. Next thing I wanted to, it's my understanding that it's Danny Fields' birthday today, so I wanted to wish him a happy birthday.
Okay.
So we won't ask you how old you are. We just know you're old.
Let's just say he's old enough.
That's easy. He's there. All right. Okay, first up, approval of minutes. I've got need a motion for the August 22nd, 24 City Council Budget Workshop minutes.
Motion to approve 8/22/24 City Council Budget Workshop.
Second.
A motion and a second. Any further discussion? All in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Okay, next up is comments from the general public. I have one signed up, Danny Fields, birthday boy. Welcome.
Okay. Well, my name is Danny Fields, and my address is 8114 Leo Kid. And I just want to again thank you, and I want to thank Lisa. I'm glad that she got voted in, and so I appreciate her, and we could just continue to work together as a team and make this a great place. So I want to give some more thanks out. I want to thank the police and the fire department and stuff. Especially we had Fall Fest in the park. It was a pretty good turnout with all the disasters and everything going on. We was usually have about 400, so we averaged about half, about 200. That still was a good turnout. I thank the police for getting some toys, and the fire department and everybody that had a part of gathering the stuff and making that a great time to just represent. We had a lot of different people there. We had music, we had food, fun, and games, and that just brings unity, and it brings a place where, like I said, we could work together and just build public relationships with our communities and the businesses and the church and the people around and those who came to it. I know Dave Mueller was there, and he had a chance to speak, and he lifted up the city and a lot of good things, and I thank you for that as well. And the chief, he's there. Of course, he passed out candy and toys, so it was a great thing. But I do got some other stuff to move on to for time's sake. So we do stuff with Dan and Julie, which is called Broken But Beautiful Ministries. And on Thanksgiving, they will be delivering meals for those who sign up, and they go and spend time with, like, elderly, don't have family, veterans, or just people that are lonely, that don't have a lot of money, or if they do, they just might want company, and they go and spend time with them. So it's going to be Thursday on Thanksgiving, November 28th. Again, Broken But Beautiful, and if anybody wants that, I'll have this flyer. I'll put it up out there. But for those who are watching online, you could contact Dan and Julie Nobbs, and their telephone number is 727-808-8313, and then you could sign up and get a free meal and and just have somebody fellowship with you, because it gets lonely when you're by yourself on Thanksgiving. But I also got a few minutes. We worked together with the churches around, and we did stuff here in Fort Ritchie as well as other areas, but we had a big thing with Pasco Alive, which is the church was in Shims Park on November the 8th through, and that was a big event. It brought a lot of stuff to them. People was saved. They was worshiped. They had great people from in the entertainment business with like Joy FM and worship teams and vendors. People was saved. People was baptized. People was healed and delivered, and it just brought blessings to the community. And so we got to be a part of that with Somebody Cares and Light of the World and other organizations. And I talked to the mayor there, and he was glad, and he was there, and he enjoyed the event. So we'll continue to do these things here as well as other areas. So thank you for your time, and blessings in his name.
Thanks, Dan. That's all I had signed up, but by show of hands, anyone else like to speak? Okay, seeing none, I'll bring it back. Comments from our city manager. Pass it to Mr. Copper for his comments.
Thank you. Just wanted to bring council a little bit up to speed on the debris collection. So we are entering hopefully what is the final stages of the debris pickup, at least the construction and house debris. We have it down, although earlier we found out maybe there's a little bit more out there than what we had record of to finish. But generally, we're thinking we'll be done with the last pass of the city this week. We're running, and there's still a lot of going through the numbers for the cost and the total pickup. But we're looking like from a contractor standpoint that we're going to be in the neighborhood of around $750,000. So it's a lot less than what we originally were thinking, where we're looking upwards of $3 million. We still have to finalize what our costs are. One of the components of our costs is what our dumping fees were. I don't know if we have everything in yet from the landfill. So as soon as we have all those numbers worked out, I'll provide a report to you so you can see what it costs ultimately the city to do this debris. But it being that we are hopefully finishing this week, we are asking residents to no longer put things at the curb. This will be for some areas the third pass. Some areas will be a second pass. Going forward, we want to get our crews going and doing some of the work that needs to be done at the parks, get those opened up as well as utilities. So we need to start utilizing our employees to do those type of things. So again, we put out, I believe, right before the 1st of November, that by the 4th, that was the deadline to get stuff out. Unfortunately, I'm seeing it, today I saw new stuff going out. So we're going to be looking at how to handle that going forward, but we are asking that residents do not place anything additional at the curb. That's it. And I want to talk about Grand Boulevard US 19 intersection, but I thought I'd talk about that in old business.
Quick question on the debris cost being much less than we anticipated. Did we already submit for that quick money from
Not yet.
FEMA? Okay, so
yeah, we're working on it.
so now we're not going to be overpaid.
Getting all the invoices in. We wanted to have everything together.
Cool. Thank you. Okay, let's start with my right, Councilman Hubbard.
We had a meeting on October 7th in regards to where we letting our citizens know that they needed a permit. And I asked the question, it was discussed, and under my assumption that we were out telling everybody that needed a full permit. And I've been getting a rash of phone calls this week that no one was notified. And they just got this letter, I guess about a week or so ago, that they needed to get permits, explain it, they need to get permits, and they have their drywall up now. They didn't know they needed a permit. And they feel like they're getting victimized twice. And I didn't know how that was being handled. But I'm very curious we were told that they were being notified. And I know for sure that code enforcement's been driving all over. They've been by my house a dozen times. I'm out by the road and he drove right by me and wouldn't even stop, say anything to me, or any of my neighbors. And obviously a lot of other people, he never stopped to inform them and explain the necessity of getting a permit for them and the city.
So I believe the building department did make an effort to go around and speak to as many as they could before that letter went out, but the letter was kind of after they identified what properties were kind of in that situation.
Well, I was assumption that we were making efforts to let everyone know, and the letter would have been nice a month ago, but if we didn't get the letter, door to door, what I was told, that we were going door to door to inform everybody, but we weren't. So we have a quagmire now of a good guy, Tony, a new building. That was a concern I had. Who's going to be inspecting the houses? How is that going to be done? But if we could explain to people to have a little bit of patience and it was required to get a permit for various reasons, they can make that decision then, but at least they were aware of it. And now Tony has to go out and inspect houses, and he's in a very volatile situation telling people that, your drywall's up. He can't inspect the houses now. Is he tell them to take their drywall down? Did they take pictures? Did it have receipts to make the right measures? I don't know, but it's really tough on him. He's very knowledgeable, very helpful, but he's in a bad situation, and it's a shame that he's put in that position as well as our citizens.
So the way that we've been kind of layering the information. So early on, we started putting out on the website as well as the different alerts that work requires a permit. When our crews were going out and doing some of the initial damage, I witnessed Veronica, a lot of people that you need to pull a permit based upon what we're seeing. Was that 100%? No. I think the expectation that we would contact 100% of the people is not realistic. But every chance that we had, we did. I think when they started seeing, so then that was kind of the first layer. The next layer came in when they were out going around. Again, I don't know if code enforcement was stopping. I know, again, I'll rely on Veronica. I know that you guys were going out quite a bit talking to people as you saw them doing work and knew that they were doing work. And that's not 100% of the people. The letter that was sent out was not necessarily to let them know that they needed to get a permit. It was to give them the first notification that we believe that they are probably going to be in the discussion of 50% damage. So I think it was 700 letters went out.
784.
784 letters, and primarily that was in the special flood hazard area, where again, what we keep getting told by FEMA that these houses probably are substantially damaged, and so we're notifying people that the next process, you need to come and talk to us. The next process is we have to now see if in fact you are 50% damaged or not. And so that's what the intent of the letter was, not to tell them to come in and get permits. Again, we do this on the internet. We have information on the internet. Again, short of knocking on every door, which again is just not realistic with the manpower that we have to knock on every door. Rocky, you
Just to touch base about that. So we have put in a request for additional assistance. We are limited on staff, okay? So we are going out and doing damage assessments as we did with your home when we were out there. We are doing damage assessments when you pull permits. But we are waiting for a team of a damage assessment. It's called a damage assessment team to come in. We are waiting for a group from state. We had a meeting today for all day long from 11 to 4 with FEMA and FDEM, again, Florida Department of Emergency Management. She could give us an update. So I should be getting a call within the next 4 to 5 days. They have approved us for some extra permit tax. They have approved us for extra code enforcement. And they have approved us for a team of 10 to do damage assessments. Once we get that team in here, we will be able to knock door to door and do those damage assessments like we did with the high water marks. But unfortunately, with the staff of 2 in the office and 2 in the field and 1 everywhere, it's very difficult to go knocking. Now, there is another letter that is going to go out to talks a little bit more about the substantial improvement and the substantial damage. And then there is a letter that will go out that will tell the homeowners, the residents, if they are substantially damaged and what their options are. So we are working on those. I just finished the letter. We just got approval with it. So those will be going out shortly within the next week or so as well. So we're trying to move as fast as we can. And we apologize if people are calling and leaving voicemails and getting frustrated, but it's very difficult to work with over 800 residents that suffered this. We're trying to move as fast as we can.
Thanks, Brian.
I was not affected like you guys were, but I think probably what I'm hearing is the frustration, and the fact is it's been what, 5 weeks since Helene? About 5 weeks? And these people are unable to live in their homes. And what you're saying, and I totally appreciate that, is that they're trying to fix their homes, put sheetrock up, and now we have to go in and inspect. And the expectation is to take that sheetrock down. Is kind of unfair and not appropriate. So, I mean, they have to find temporary housing, most of these people, to live. And we haven't even done the damage assessment. Not your fault. Not anybody's fault. It's the way things are falling. But I think we have to have some grace for the residents that they need to get back in their homes as soon as possible, because they're still paying for them, and now they're paying for 2 places. So I think that's it. Am I speaking
Yeah,
for
yeah,
you, Bob?
listen,
Correct.
like-
I don't want to speak for you because I'm not in
No,
your
it's not-
situation. But am I reading what you're saying
Right,
correctly?
a lot of the situation is that people don't want to be homeless, and they
Correct.
want to get back in their house. They want to get some normalcy in their life, and they're living in their house, and they're putting the drywalls back up.
Right.
And now they've been in the process of flooring. They got the house painted, and now they get a letter saying they got to pull a permit. What's going to happen? So they're asking. I go over and I explain to them, well, you got to have biocide. Did you put biocide in? Did you change the receptacles? Did you clean out the boxes? I have an electrician that can come out and show them what they can do themselves, and also check their box. They do a MIG test on all the circuits, and he can approve them and help them with the permit process. But are they going to make them tear the drywall back out like Tony would? He's gotten the spot. Is he going to make them? Because he should make them pull all their drywall back out to inspect to see if there's any mold in there if it was done properly.
Well, the
So what's
inspections that I've been with Tony on, he is not asking, can he? Most certainly can, because permits should have been issued for all work done. However, in the homes that he has gone into so far where that has happened, he is asking for a letter from an engineer to state that passes and that it's okay. Because he's
Right.
ultimately signing off on that as a building official, and he
Right.
needs to certify that that's correct.
He has a license. He's jeopardizing. So, did they put insulation on? That's what I'm telling people. Save all your receipts. If you took pictures, save all your pictures. Be prepared to show them everything that you did, and you'll probably be all right. Because Tony is a good guy. He's willing to work with everybody. So hopefully, in that case, but not everybody did that. So he's put in a quagmire as well as the homeowners, and they're upset because they may not have all the receipts, or someone helped them do it and they had the receipt for whatever. And so it's for a lot of people, they do have the receipts and they did take pictures, but they didn't do it because of the insurance. They did it because they wanted to get back in their house, and they're back in their house and they got the drywall back up, and they're feeling, why did this letter come out now? What didn't I get this like 4 weeks ago? And I said, I'm not telling anybody anything. I'm not telling them what Tony's going to do. I'm just saying this is what you really need to do. You need to have insulation here. You need to have biocide. You need to change the receptacles. This is how you need to do it. I have an electrician that will help you out with your permit. And if you do all these things, then you'll probably be okay, probably. And that's all I can do is help people that way.
Sure.
And in most cases, I think they'll be all right. But
4 weeks ago, we were going door to door doing
you
high
did go to
water
every door to
marks.
door. I understand you can't do it door to door. The letter should have been sent out a month ago is all I'm saying. But it didn't happen, so now here we are. And if we're willing to work with these people, because they don't want to get victimized twice. That's that's how I feel.
Yeah. So basically what you're saying is that notification process should have happened way earlier. So, and obviously, this is kind of unprecedented. Obviously, this amount of
It is.
damage,
That's the problem.
and so the reality of it, people should know, and that's where we need to really make sure going forward, we continue to educate and maybe have workshops. Maybe once a year, we have a hurricane preparedness workshop where people come in and we try to get that information out there. Keep it. I mean, we do a pretty good job now with the new alerts and whatnot, but you still have to be receptive to receive that information.
Right.
And so you're not going to get 100% of it out there.
Well, we'll know better next time, right?
Yeah.
But here we are. So people are telling them, well, you're not changing anything. You're putting back everything the way it was, so you don't need a permit.
Well,
So they're wrong,
yeah,
but they didn't know better, and they're not talking to the right people. They didn't want to come to the city because they're busy.
Yeah.
And they weren't able to, but some people did. Some people did do the right thing, but a lot of people just wanted to get their life back to normal, and they didn't go through the right process. They didn't think they needed to.
Yeah. And so one of the things that we need to do, obviously, because there's a permit process that we have based on Florida Building Code, but also being in a floodplain, you actually have to pull permits on everything, even if it's whether it be flooring or whatever. And so we really need to work on getting education out there, because ideally, when an event like this happens, as a person come back after the damage has happened, they should immediately engage the city. Engage a contractor, get that permitting process started to see where they're at. Obviously, the city's going to take time to develop the plan to work with people that aren't being proactive in doing that. But the reality is they should be being proactive in coming to the city before they start hanging that drywall. Again, I understand as well as anybody else, we want to get back in our homes. That goes without saying, right? But the problem is what you don't want to do is you don't want to invest in having all your drywall fixed and then come to find out that you're significantly damaged past your 50% and you just basically threw money in a trash can in an effort to get back in your home, because in reality you're not going to be able to get back in your home again if that goes down to where you're over the 50%. So there's a lot of unfortunate things in the process here that puts people in that situation. So you don't want to rush to do that without engaging the city, because you could end up investing in a property that you can't invest in unless you put it in the air. And so we've got to do a better job of educating people. And obviously,
Well, I understand all that, and
Yeah.
I've talked to
but not
Matt
everybody
about it.
does. And that's your point. Obviously, it'd been nice if
Well,
that letter would have went out right after the storm so that people were ready. And again, that's definitely something that we need to look at in a future event, that we send something out,
Right.
especially this scale. But this doesn't happen a lot. So it's definitely lessons learned. So I definitely hear you, and we need to do a better job of communicating that. But, I'll pass it over to Vice Mayor Rodriguez.
I also wanted to bring up an expedited fee, but you've already done that, so I appreciate that. So that's being done. Okay. And since there's
Oh, sorry.
thank you. Since there's another little thing in the Gulf, or going to the Gulf, have we identified like any of the ditches, like the really big ones that we could address to help with drainage for this next week?
Yeah, actually, I think the crews are starting addressing it now.
Yeah, they've been working on drainage.
Okay.
And keeping up on that. They do that regardless because of our
Right, well, I didn't know if they were-
annual reporting anyway. So
Right.
that routine maintenance has to keep occurring one way or the other.
All right, because we have another thing that's potentially heading our way in the next week or two. So I just want to make sure that we were trying to mitigate any potential further thing. And that's it. Thank you.
And I should have asked, were you finished, Bob? I didn't mean to pass it.
I'm done.
Come back to Councilman Mueller.
Where shall I start?
Hold that. I was just kidding.
Yeah. While we're on this, we had a storm and a flood a year ago, so that process should have been etched already. So the fact that we weren't prepared again leads me to believe that there's lack of procedures and getting ready for things like this. So that being said, I think everybody's on the same page that we all need to do a better job communicating. Now the website is a good place. Not everybody has access to that through a computer or a cell phone. But I think certainly we should have been sending letters out ahead of time. And the fact that now, with the FEMA rules at the 50%, and now it becomes a critical factor of whether, one, these people can get back in their house or not, that becomes an interesting quagmire. At what point in time does the drywall, in fact, need to be inspected before it goes in or after it's done?
That's an inspector question.
That you should know that answer. I mean, this is a simple question. Do we know when it is? What can we give people in the city some guidance? And we ought to be guiding people, because it sounds like, and I get the question a lot too, sounds like Bob has, that we're not communicating effectively. So that needs to be addressed. Maybe if you put something on the website that says, hey, drywall needs to be inspected before it goes up, so that they can, one, see that the cavity is clean, and two, that the electrical's dealt with. Sounds like an electrical inspection too. So that's 2 inspections that probably need to be.
And insulation.
And insulation, that's 3. So these are things that we can communicate to the people in this community and give them information they can work with, because there's a lot of level of frustration out there, let me tell you. I noticed that you guys have this Forerunner, out on the web. It's buried 4 levels deep on the website. I believe if this is going to be information that, one, we're pertaining to helping people understand the nature of and to the extent of their damage, this ought to be elevated up to the top level so that people can find it. And I appreciate the fact that you used my property as an example, but I would rather had a property that had data behind it so that people could see how it works and what it looks like. I think that was a great idea. Maybe, in fact, somebody could tape somebody going through this and talking to people through it and understanding how that process works. I think it's a tool that you guys are using to establish whether properties are damaged more than 50%. Is that correct? And I believe we're trying to get that data from, I guess, Pasco County and stuff, right? We could connect to them. So I think it's a good thing, but maybe we need to kind of elevate it a little higher up in the website links so that people can actually find it and see it, because it's kind of hidden, okay? And I can find it, but I'm pretty technical myself, so it was kind of, let's see, where do we start here? I'll just start at the beginning, right? Okay, let's look at the police report on the monthly report. So since we get these only at the beginning, I know that we were using a new auction company to address that. Have we had any vehicles sell or any response back from them? Are we getting good results? Or
we haven't had any vehicles go there yet. We just got the contract signed at the end of last week.
Okay, but the first level are going to be all the ones out there at Tampa Machina.
That's all done. We received a check from Tampa Machina. We have nothing left.
Okay, they sold it for us.
That's correct.
Okay, good. It might be a good idea for you to put, whenever we get revenues in here, it might be a good thing to say, hey, we collected $5 or $100 or whatever from them. I've also gotten notes from residents indicating that there are still people going around. This city is probably vacant by probably 700 people, residents that are vacant. They're not living there. Therefore, there's people driving around that don't belong here. If we can possibly increase some of the patrols and do some checks to see that people are appropriate to be there. I ran into a person the other night and challenged them. They were actually doing a measurement on their house. That's one side of it. This morning there was a guy waiting there and for the owner, and I knew he was there. Actually, I actually ended up letting him in. But the point is there's a lot of contractors in our neighborhoods. We don't know who they are, and it just, makes sense to pay close attention to that. Do we have any updates on the dispatch and the transfer thereof?
So the city attorney has finished the review of the interlocal. I'll be sending it back to Pasco County for their review of it, and hopefully that's going to be coming to you the 1st of December.
Perfect. Thanks for that update. Any updates on the patrol boats getting to the lift?
They're ready to go on the lift. We didn't put it out because we didn't know what Raphael was going to do, and put them out and then bring them back didn't make any sense. So they're ready to go. See what Sarah's going to do at this point.
And I know you had some switches that were toggle switches that were bad on the one. Are they
had to reorder those
there? But that doesn't prevent us from using
No.
it. Got it. Fire. Well, the fire guys aren't here. I noticed that they had some issues, the plumbing issues. I thought we were trying to get those addressed. And you guys are working out a shared calendar for the boat. Does that mean when you guys both go out in the boat, or do you guys use it separately?
It depends. If they have training or we have training, we should go out separately because they're specific to our function.
Right.
And we offer them if we're going out on patrol. If they want to go, they can go. If they have someone available, if not, go out on our own.
But you guys are working through that.
Yes.
Good. There was a flotation dock that floated off from the seaside. Is that still sitting out there, tied to the day marker in the? Don't know. I'm assuming it still is. We need to get somebody to pull that back to shore because they Mike tied it to the day marker so it wouldn't blow into somebody's home at the time when this thing was everything was floating free. I believe that he's indicated that it came loose from Seaside. Saw something about the number of manual reads that we have with utility. Are we looking to update those to automatic reads?
Yeah, we'll always have manual reads from one form or another, all depending on the situation. But we're constantly switching those manuals to automated. But depending on rainfall, position, everything like that, you're always going to have a manual reading. There's always going to be a list.
Do we have an inventory of all of that and see kind of what it's going to take to? In other words, we got 1,000 manual reads and
No, it's nothing
2,000.
like that. It's not 1,000. It varies between, I would say, between 250 and 300 a month, give or take.
And these are predominantly residential or business?
Mostly residential. But like I said, if you have a strong rainfall the night before, when you carry over those readings, then you're going to have several manual readings because you have to bring over the readings at a certain time of the month in order to get your 30-day, usage.
Mm-hmm.
So that next day, you'll generate a list of those non-red manual readings, and it all depends. I mean, if someone parks their car over that meter box, you won't get a straight signal. If it's submerged in water, because it was a hard rain the night before, you're not going to get an automatic reading. So those will vary from month to month, but Daryl and the rest of the crew are making an effort to switch over the ones that they can. And you'll always be switching them over. It's an ongoing maintenance thing because the batteries for the automatic readings only last so long. So you're always going to have to change them out.
And I believe Daryl addressed that when we were going through the budget about the one line where we're replacing meters, and I can't remember. I think last year there was upwards of 400 meter reads being, and a lot of those were due to just the meters not working. And so over the last year, they've been spending money and replacing those.
Right, because when we can do an automatic, we can put the people to work doing other things, right? So I don't on the list, I did that. In the grant section, there was a number 17 for FDLE. It says the request was expected on 9/1/24. The request was denied, and that was a grant for land, Nix Park boat ramp replacement for $650K. Do we know why we were denied or what happened there?
It did not make the budget line.
Can you kind of podium?
When the projects were reviewed by the team member at FDLE, I don't think it was FDLE, FDEP.
You're right, FDEP.
FDEP, it didn't make the budget line, fell below the budget line this time, so we just have to come back for more.
Did they give us any input to say, you know, I mean,
No, they typically don't. You just, what the strengths are. I can't answer that question. I really don't know what criteria they use or why they judge them the way they do or rank them the way they do.
that's that one. On the active liens, I see that there appears to be a lot of these that are paid off. Do they need to be dropped off and moved to another list so that we can only focus on the 60 to 70,000 that are active liens? And then can we do anything to kind of get payment? Can we foreclose on these things? Because, these are the bigger items where, we did a demo or something along those lines. I think this is a good piece of information here, but I don't want them to age out here for 20 years and then drop off and we lose track of them. And the fact that you got a lot of these collected, I think that's all good news. And that's a story there. And if we could put totals at the bottom of the page so we know, hey, we've collected X dollars, we have outstanding X dollars, and now I know how big a problem or not a problem we have, right? It's just.
I think they're only good for 20 years too, aren't they? Yeah.
Yeah, they are good, but hey, you've lost cash flow on the money for 20 years. I don't think I want to be in that position. I'll be dead. Mm-hmm. Maybe the city will too. I don't want that to happen. I think what we need to do is pay attention to the little stuff, and the big stuff takes care of itself. There's a grant workshop coming up on 12/10. Is it 12/10? Are you aware of that? I think that'd be a good thing to maybe have a couple people attend. They've got some things going on there. And I also,
Where's it at?
It's online. I think it's Florida League. Florida? No, it's Pasco. It's Pasco. Yeah.
It was originally scheduled, I believe, the beginning of October.
During the hurricane.
By Bill Arakis' office, yeah. And so they have rescheduled it for the 10th, and I registered.
Good.
I'm not sure. I guess that'd be Matt's call if he wants somebody else to attend or listen in.
I think it's a webinar.
It's a webinar,
So
yeah.
you can sit at your desk and
Mm-hmm.
half listen.
Yeah.
I used to do that. Also, I found some resources out on the web for FEMA, and this is a FEMA document, a P758. Are you guys aware of that one? It's like a guideline on the 50% substantial damage. Yeah, 758.
Yeah, we just got told about it today.
Okay.
There's 4 of them out there.
Yep. Good information on that. Explains a lot of good stuff there. I think that's all I got.
Is it?
Not enough. I could create some more.
No, just make sure you got it all.
All right.
Councilwoman Burke.
I've got a question, Veronica. With the, you said 784 letters were sent out. Then you said a second round of letters is going to go out. And then also for the people that have damages over 50%, another letter. What happens when the inspector goes out, does the damage assessment, tells a person they're over 50%? Does he leave them with any kind of documentation?
So he's gonna come back into the office and work the numbers. I've never heard him tell anybody that he's under the 50% or over the 50% in the field. He may have said that once or twice, but after that, he stopped doing that. So
How
he
long-
comes in and then we're creating the letter. We just got approval from FEMA today with the letter that we've created. So those letters should be going out. So anywhere from 5 to 6 days. We're trying to get them out within the week.
That's what I wanted to know,
Yeah.
timing, because you have these people that are sitting there just,
No, I know. They're waiting.
they're in limbo, they're worried, they don't know what to do, they don't know. So what kind of time frame is something actually happening where since they didn't receive anything at the moment? But obviously, the quicker the better, and I understand you're understaffed, but
Yeah. I mean, we're moving as fast, regardless of staff. I mean, we're moving as fast as we can with with the information we have. We're trying to go as fast as we can.
I understand. It's just,
Yeah.
people call
But
with
yeah,
their
no,
concerns.
I understand.
Because each person is concerned about their own stuff,
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's really all I had.
Two things. The one, I just want to kind of plant a seed in the effort of potentially improving things. Right. We've traditionally had comments from the mayor and city council at the front of the meeting, and sometimes that, like tonight, we were already 45 minutes in, can get kind of lengthy, and we have business items obviously that need to be taken care of, and with those business items, folks come in and are waiting. Sometimes contractors would probably are billing us for that time or whatever. So I know that Newport Richey actually has this kind of commentary at the end of their meeting. So I don't know if it's something we could maybe entertain changing. Obviously, we need to have the conversations or whatever, but it might be better served at the end of the meeting so that the agenda items get taken care of first, and do that. Just a thought. We don't have to opine on that tonight, but I just want to kind of put that out there as maybe in an effort to improve things. We could look at that. Any, with your experience, is that
It's a mixture. I
across the
see
board?
it done both ways. There's not one
Yeah.
right way. It's whatever works best.
I mean, there's an advantage to having it up front because the public can hear these conversations and they don't have to wait, a couple hours into the meeting. But then again, they have to wait a couple hours, wait a little bit to get to the stuff they maybe really wanting to hear. So it's come out very well, but you get my point. It's, there's a good case to have it in front, good case to have it in the back. Just if you can't think about it, maybe come back to the next meeting. If you want to entertain that change, we can look at that. I think it might be something we could try that might improve things. The second thing is, I guess it was a week and a half, a couple weeks ago, was the Witches and Warlocks event that they had where they paddled real well. Mayor Chopper Davis, who's here tonight, came up the river and they passed a centennial paddle onto the city. So their centennials that just finished this past couple weeks ago, and they kind of passed the baton to us as ours is coming up next year. And so I myself was on hand. Councilman Mueller, Vice Mayor Rodriguez, all three of us were there for that. But I wanted to redo that kind of for the public here because it really was a nice gesture.
It was.
And so I have Chopper here if you want to come up and say a few words with your paddle, and then I'll come down and we'll accept that to the city.
Are you going to paddle me with it?
I hope not.
Don't start your clock.
Although he's relatively frail, I don't think he's hurt that much.
First of all, I'd like to thank you for inviting me. This has been a great growth here, in my opinion, for the last 100 years. I think, does anybody know who Charles Huffman is? He was your first mayor. Just ought to say, So anyhow, Mr. Huffman and I
And you?
Avery were kind of buddies, and they kind of worked together. And Dr. Avery did not deliver me. I'm not that old, but I am old, older than him. But what also happened, I've been in town since '83, and I never saw the collaboration between the two cities. And Eric and I got stuck at Florida League of Cities conference where the mayors are there. And it was like 300 mayors, and we looked around, and we only knew each other, so we became friends then. It was like 2 or 3 months after we got elected. But I think we started work together, just different ideas. And one of the ideas is the spine of the two cities, which is the river, And so I thought, well, maybe if since we're having our 100th anniversary, you guys are having your 100th anniversary in May, that we might paddle up the river and present this paddle. So since we've been paddling together for 100 years, and so that was what was my approach. And I appreciate Linda coming, I appreciate Dave coming, and this whatever her name, Melissa over there. Lisa was like up the river. She waved as we went by, but it was real nice for them to greet us, and we passed this paddle on, and it's for the people at home as well as the people that are here tonight. But if you want to come down, I'll give you the paddle. It has the centennial, and then of course has both cities on it, and it says paddling together for 100 years. So.
Nice.
Yeah, and actually,
That's-
all here. So Paddle, basically Newport Richey, Centennial has both the dates there, Port Richey, and then paddle together for 100 years. Very nice token, so.
Thank you.
Thank you. Over here? Yeah, we'll go up front here.
By yourself? I have fun at my meetings.
So we can officially say that Newport Richey is down the river without a paddle?
Yeah, there you go. Yeah,
1, 2, 3, roll down.
Don't get Amanda or Mary Jane to look at pictures because they'll delete them.
That's right. So I'll give this to Matt, he can get this in our display case.
Nice.
Thank you, Chopper.
Very nice.
It was very nice.
Very nice.
As one of my constituents fondly says, this is the trail of two cities. This is our trail.
Okay. Thank you. That's all I had. Thanks for coming, Chopper. Next up is our comments from boards, committees. Did CAC meet? No, they've canceled
we
it.
didn't have a quorum yet, no.
For the Centennial Committee, I know we're going to cover the events. The only other thing that we talked about was the logo. There was a little snafu on the logo. Sally, we have an update on what our plan is for that, for the logo?
I've talked to the city attorney today. She's still drafting the affidavit to give to the owner, and we're still modifying the picture. I'll be meeting up with the fire department this week to take some more photos, and then I should be able to have something by our next meeting.
Okay, and I can't remember if we discussed it or not, but basically the photo that was used was somebody's photo, and so we reached out to them. They wanted compensation for it, and I guess they got an agreement that Nancy reviewed it. We decided wasn't going to pursue that. So we're looking at actually taking our own photo or using some other photo that we have rights to put in there, trying to mimic it the best we can. So the logo should relatively stay the same, but just a slight picture change. So more to come on that. And then that's all I had from the Centennial Committee. Any other board committees? Okay, moving on to the consent agenda. Look for a motion.
Motion to approve the consent agenda.
Motion second for discussion. Anyone public have comment? I have one quick comment on this. I had several meetings ago, I think maybe it was before actually Matt got here. You'll see the consent agenda has on the right-hand side, it has the account and it has the remaining budget on it. That was a good step in kind of what I was getting at, but it hasn't really changed since then. What I was really wanting to see, so the council could look at that when they see the consent agenda, they actually see the amount left to give us an idea of where we're at. But everything that has multiple accounts that's allocated across, we don't have any exposure into that. I don't know what kind of work it would be to kind of summarize that from a management tool. We want to kind of keep on track of what we've budgeted and get on there. Maybe it would show budget amount, actual to date, and then a delta, so that we kind of, as we go through the years, we get closer to the end of the fiscal year, we kind of have an idea that we've overspent or we're underspent. The way it is now, it was a step in the right direction to give a little insight, but it wasn't quite there. So I don't know if it's something we could improve upon.
Well, just the insurance alone would be about 29 line items, and then you'd have to, carry it over. And same thing with the WEX card, the fuel card isn't as much, but it's just a lot of just put it in there. We could try to create a spreadsheet with with that on there and just add those in there. But the way, I mean, we could try to do that.
I mean, I would assume that we, as you guys are tracking along the budget, there's a summary that pulls all that together and kind of tells you where you're at. I mean, when you close the books and stuff, I guess you have it
right here, 74 pages, and it's just the way you take it out of each line item. You know, it creates a. I mean, the only thing you can do is just so we have a spreadsheet for our. I can bring that to you. It's a spreadsheet for our insurance. It's a 2-page document, and basically it has every line item that we charge it to and how much it's being charged to, and every employee on there. I mean, that's kind of. I mean, that would be the easiest thing to do. But when you go through there, it's literally it's about 28 or 29 actual line items that she plugs those into. And some like the Duke Energy, there's 65 accounts and they come out of different areas. So you're trying to, when you're trying to, I mean, I can go through every fund, and every fund is broken down into different things as well. So you could do that on a spreadsheet. It's just going to,
Well, I don't want to create a lot of extra work. If it's readily available, what I was really looking for when I brought that up was, here's what we got to approve for expenditures. Where are we at? So if it's going to be too much work to get to it, then I don't.
I can run a report. I mean, for the fuel. I mean, some of it's going to. I mean, it's not going to pull up everything, but I can run a report just like I can. I mean, I can run a report for the insurance and the FRS contribution. It'll break it down. But like I said, it's going to. It's going to be.
Yeah, and maybe on stuff like that, it's not as important. I'm more like attorney costs or whatever. It's she's not broken down that much. It's just a few funds or whatever. We kind of get an idea where that's going. And that's other bigger things like that. Not to call you out there, but that was what the original thought was, is kind of keep track of that.
I mean, it would be easier to do it quarterly. I mean, that way it's not so much work every single time you.
And that wouldn't be bad if we did.
Mean, I could have her. I could talk to her tomorrow. We'll put something together and bring it to you quarterly, so you can kind of see where we're at every quarter, and then kind of go from there.
Well, you all think about it and just see if there's any way we can improve that to be able to get an idea where we're at.
Let me ask a question on that.
Sure.
These are all accounts payable. They're not in the books yet, right?
No, these have been paid. So the insurance.
Wait a minute, time out. You just told me they've been paid. I thought that's what we were trying to do, is approve them.
So some of them have been paid. The FRS has to be paid. So we're required to do that. The insurance has to be paid. WEX bill, we pay that on the 7th of every month, so it's already been paid. But I mean, you guys, they have to be paid. When you're talking about a 7%,
I don't disagree. For the most part, these are all budgeted expenses, expenditures. These are all below budget at this time. We don't have an overrun, right?
Right.
I mean, we got 1 month in the year, right? As the year goes on, that can change. But for the most part, these are all normal things of regular business. So do we really need to beat this to death, or do we need to pull out the red light camera?
No, I don't. Like I said, I just give us an idea. It's more so as we get later in the year.
I
so
don't
maybe
get-
quarterly's a good.
also, I mean,
And
I don't know how
you're
it was-
tracking that.
Yeah, I don't know how it was before. I mean, I go through this every week. We pay bills every week, so I go through it every week. We've gotten on a new program about POs and stuff like that. So my main thing is just make sure it's being put to the right account. So that's what we do. And if there is something that's off, obviously I'll go to
Flag it,
Mr.
yeah.
Koppler and let him know. Now with this, I don't mind. It's going to be a little extra work, especially on mine and her parts. But we can make that happen. It's just
You're almost asking for the transaction level detail or the journal entry that
and
books
that's
it.
what I would.
Yeah.
That's what I would
You
get.
give them the journal entry.
Yeah, no, I don't. I'm not looking for that. I'm just high level.
That's kind of what he's got to do.
Yeah, well, that's okay. I just figured there's something out there that would sum all that
Well,
up.
how about every quarter I come in, you guys can say, okay, where are we at? And I can kind of.
Yeah, well, we're actually going to have budget reviews at least mid-year. Maybe is it quarter? We do this quarterly.
We should do them.
Yeah, quarterly. Well, maybe, given that, because I think in the past that hadn't necessarily happened. I don't know. I think it's just we had the budget that was it till next
It has
year.
not happened.
So if we're having quarterly updates, maybe we just take this off altogether, just leave it to consent agenda. So we just save all that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Because we want to work smart.
Yeah.
Yes.
So if everybody agrees, we can go ahead and take those end columns out. So Because kind of half gives the information. I just rather have it all or nothing. So take it out. We'll just do it on a quarterly. So you don't have to
So
just put the line item and then what.
You want it quarterly, or you want to still do it consistently?
Yeah, no, we'll cover it in quarterly budget reviews.
Oh, okay. Okay.
So just take what you have, the consent agenda, and just say, here's who we're paying, here's the amount.
Gotcha.
The way it used to be. Okay. So all in favor, signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Okay. We have two public hearings tonight. First item, number 3, first reading of ordinance number 24-698. And I believe the presentation is going to be covering both that and the number 24-699, but I'll pass it to Mr. Copper for introduction.
So the first item is for the FLUME, the future land use map of the city. And there was a request brought in and went through planning, recommended to council to amend the current future land use map of the city for the applicant parcel, to move it from a residential future land use category to commercial mixed use future land use category.
Thanks. And so for the public's understanding, these the first ordinance, number 24-698, is a legislative action by the council. Subsequently, the 24-699 is a quasi-judicial process for the council. But again, they cross over, so we're going to go through all the detail and presentations together, and then we'll act separately on those. And I'll also open up for public comment separately for those. So with that, I will pass it to City Attorney, who will read the quasi-judicial procedures.
Thank you. This is a quasi-judicial proceeding where the city council acts in a quasi-judicial rather than a legislative capacity. And as the mayor mentioned, the quasi-judicial is just for ordinance 24-699. At a quasi-judicial hearing, it is not council's function to make law, but rather apply law that has already been established. In a quasi-judicial hearing, council is required by law to make finding of fact based upon the evidence presented at the hearing and apply those findings of fact to the previously established criteria contained in the city's code of ordinances in order to make a legal decision regarding the application before council. The council may only consider evidence at the hearing that the law considers competent, substantial, and relevant to the issues. If competent, substantial, and relevant evidence at the hearing demonstrate the applicant has met the criteria established by the city's code of ordinances, then council is required by law to find in favor of the applicant. By the same token, if the competent, substantial, and relevant evidence at the hearing demonstrates the applicant has failed to meet the criteria established in the code of ordinances, council is required by law to find against the applicant. At this time, I would ask each member of council if any ex parte communications regarding the application for ordinance 24-699, which is the rezoning only.
So I for one, have spoken with the applicant a couple times briefly about that.
Okay. Can you just kind of give a general idea of what was discussed? Thank you.
So obviously he's the property owner, and I actually abut that property, the property I own as well, and just general discussion about what he wanted to do with the property.
Anyone else?
Yes, I've had, he was sitting next to me in that last meeting, and I had discussion about how much flood water he took onto his property. The city has a ditch that butts his property and another property along that same area, and wanted to know, well, how much water they sustained. I guess across the street to the west, those houses were pretty much inundated with water.
Anyone else? Okay. Next, I will ask if any member of council feels they have a conflict of interest with the application for ordinance 24-699.
No.
Hearing none. Anyone that's going to testify in today's hearings needs to stand and raise their right hand and face the clerk. The applicant. Our planner is appearing remotely, just so everyone knows.
You raise your right hand and swear or affirm. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Be seated.
I do.
Our planner is Tammy.
Okay, with that, we'll move right to the next step, which is a staff presentation. So I'll pass that to Tammy.
Tammy has provided a digital presentation. She's currently on the road, so it's going to be a video/PowerPoint. Are you going to want me to go through both of them?
Yeah.
Okay. So I'll pull up the form first.
Is that what these are?
Yes, she also provided printouts. I believe that's the exact same thing as her presentation.
Okay, thank you.
And obviously, she's on the line
And
after to answer any questions that you guys have or the applicant has.
We'll go through both presentations.
Yes.
Yes.
I'll just say that while Ashley's getting everything ready, we're going to hear both presentations from the planner. Then the applicant will have an opportunity to ask any questions or give you any information he wants to give you. You'll all have a chance to question the planner and the applicant. But when we get to the part of public comment, that's when we'll take them separate. So we'll make sure that the legislative decision regarding the future land use map is addressed first, and then the request for the rezoning will be addressed separately. Second.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. My name is Tammy Verana. I'm a member of the American Institute of Certified Planners, and I serve as the city's on-call planner. Thank you for this opportunity to make this presentation virtually while I'm traveling for a previous commitment. The request at hand is for a comprehensive plan future land use map amendment for property located at 8202 Cormel Street. The applicant for the request and owner of the property is Y. Smith Properties, LLC. Tonight's hearing serves several essential purposes in the city's review process. First, the details of the request will be presented by city staff and the applicant. The hearing will provide an opportunity for community members to provide input regarding the request. City Council will consider whether this proposed amendment aligns with the goals, objectives, and policies of the city's comprehensive plan and vote on the proposed ordinance at its first of 2 readings by Council. This process fulfills the necessary procedural requirements, but also reinforces transparency in how land use changes are conducted within the city. This amendment request involves a specific parcel that is currently designated residential on the city's future land use map. The applicant is requesting the designation be changed to the commercial mixed use future land use category. Per the amendment application, the owner's intent is to build 1 to 3 warehouse/office buildings to support service-based companies such as plumbing or electrical contractors or other office types that do not require visibility on a major thoroughfare and generate limited traffic. The subject parcel is pointed out in this aerial photo. The parcel is located at 8202 Cormel Street in the incorporated area of the city of Port Richey. The subject parcel is situated at the southeast corner of Cormel Street and Miles Boulevard. The parcel's land area is approximately 0.70 acres.
Our planner is Tammy.
Okay, with that,
This
we'll
photo
move right
provides
to
a
the next
closer
step,
view of
which
the subject
is
parcel.
the staff
It
presentation, so
highlights
I'll
how the
pass that
subject
to
parcel
Tammy.
integrates with the surrounding neighborhood fabric and street network. The surrounding development pattern is characterized by low-intensity development, primarily single-story buildings with green spaces. The undeveloped area north of Miles Boulevard is part of the water drainage network that conveys stormwater from US 19 west to Miller's Bayou. This bird's eye view of the subject parcel shows the approximated parcel boundary and how it relates to the adjacent properties. At the top of the photo are single and 2-family homes. Commercial businesses are visible in the lower half of the photo. The photo shows how the subject parcel connects to the broader street network via Cormel Street, a 2-lane local street with no sidewalks. This view provides a closer look at the scale and orientation of nearby buildings relative to the subject parcel, including the degree to which the parcels are occupied by structures, pavement, and yard area. The subject parcel's future land use designation is residential. Its purpose is to provide for a range of housing types to meet the diverse housing needs of the community, both present and future. This category primarily allows residential uses, but also allows limited non-residential uses, subject to a maximum floor area standard and PUD planned unit development zoning conditions. Being proposed for the subject parcel is the commercial mixed-use category. This category allows for a more flexible mix of uses, including compatible light manufacturing uses. It's intended to promote development that blends commercial, residential, and/or office uses to create mixed-use areas rather than isolated single-use zones. Per city policy, the commercial mixed-use category is to be used in locations that are appropriate for commercial development. Given the extent of commercial designations and development that has evolved on the east side of Cornell Street, the location of the subject parcel is appropriate for the commercial mixed-use designation. Staff evaluated the proposed amendment relative to the city's adopted goals, objectives, and policies of the Port Richey Comprehensive Plan. Florida statutes mandates that comprehensive plans provide for the compatibility of adjacent land uses, a requirement which is reflected in the city's plan. Goal L.1 sets the overarching vision of promoting compatible land use in the city. Policy L.1.6.2 addresses the importance of ensuring that community health, safety, convenience, and general welfare are reasonably and properly protected upon development of new land uses. Objective L.1.10 emphasizes the need to improve and enhance the visual appearance of neighborhoods and commercial areas. Policy L.1.11.2 requires that all future developments enhance, maintain, and be compatible with existing land use patterns. Finally, Policy L.1.11.1 calls for the use of zoning regulations to prohibit incompatible land uses. The comprehensive plan serves as the city's framework to ensure that land use and development proposals are integrated thoughtfully into the existing neighborhood context with minimal adverse impact. Staff analyzed the existing land uses surrounding the subject parcel to assess compatibility of the proposed comprehensive plan amendment. The areas shown in yellow are residential, which include developed and vacant residential lands. The areas in pink show existing commercial uses, which include stores, offices, a warehouse, and vacant lands. As part of the compatibility analysis, staff looked at the future land use designations of parcels in the vicinity of the subject parcel. This analysis helps determine how well the proposed change aligns with the city's vision for land use and growth in this area. On the city's adopted future land use map, parcels designated as residential, shown in yellow on the map, are located north and west of the subject parcel. Parcels designated as CMU, commercial mixed use, shown in pink, are clustered to the east and south of the subject parcel. Staff analyzed the zoning designations surrounding the subject parcel to help evaluate the proposed amendment's alignment with the existing zoning framework and intended character of the neighborhood. On the city's official zoning map, parcels designated as R2 two-family residential, shown in yellow, abut the subject parcel on two sides. Parcels designated as C3 general commercial, highlighted in pink, abut the subject parcel on the east and south sides. These parcels are predominantly situated along US Highway 19 and have access to the highway. This slide shows the maximum allowable development under the current and proposed future land use categories for the subject parcel. Under the current residential category, the maximum development yield allows for up to 12 residential units and a non-residential floor area up to 7,623 square feet. The residential designation is primarily intended for residential uses but provides for limited commercial uses that would be compatible with nearby residential uses. The proposed commercial mixed-use category maintains the same maximum residential yield of 12 units. However, it would significantly increase the allowable non-residential floor area to 18,295 square feet. This increase in non-residential capacity would accommodate a broader range of commercial uses, some of which could be incompatible with residential neighborhoods. Staff evaluated the proposed amendment's potential impact on key public infrastructure and services for which level of service standards are adopted in the comprehensive plan. This analysis looked at the potential for future development to exceed these service levels, which could affect the city's ability to approve a site plan and/or building permits. Staff has reviewed the available and program capacity of the city's water supply and treatment facilities, wastewater/sanitary sewer facilities, stormwater drainage facilities, solid waste disposal facilities, and transportation facilities. Parkland and recreational facility standards would apply if future development included a residential component. Except for transportation facilities, the level of service analysis concluded that adequate capacity exists to support future commercial development on the subject parcel. A city ordinance allows traffic impacts associated with development to be mitigated through a proportionate fair share impact fee. Based on the foregoing analysis, staff finds that the proposed amendment to reclassify the subject parcel from the residential land use designation to the commercial mixed use designation is consistent with the city's comprehensive plan. The commercial mixed use designation accommodates a range of commercial and mixed uses. The current residential designation also permits some commercial uses. However, it imposes stricter limitations, including a lower floor area ratio. The reclassification of the subject parcel to commercial mixed use would enable the requested commercial uses to be integrated more effectively with the adjacent commercial properties. As to neighborhood compatibility, future zoning and site development decisions will play a critical role in mitigating potential impacts on adjacent homes and vacant residential lots. Such measures will help align the project with the city's goals for land use compatibility, minimizing disruptions to nearby residents and property values. This approach respects both residential and commercial needs and supports the community's vision for orderly and harmonious growth. This slide outlines staff's recommendation regarding the proposed amendment to the Comprehensive Plan Future Land Use Map. Based on staff's analysis, the amendment is found to be consistent with the adopted goals, objectives, and policies of the city's comprehensive plan. Staff therefore recommends that the City Council approve ordinance number 24-698. To facilitate Council's decision, a sample motion is provided. This concludes staff's presentation on the request for comprehensive plan amendment.
And now we're going to move on to the presentation for the 699, correct?
This request is for the rezoning of property located at 8202 Cornell Street. The applicant for the request and owner of the property is Y. Smith Property, LLC. The purpose of this public hearing is the same as described in the previous case, except the ordinance under consideration is number 24-699. The request involves a specific parcel that is currently zoned R2 two-family residential on the city's zoning map. The applicant is requesting a zoning change to the C3 General Commercial Zoning District. The intended use of the property is stated in the application and shown verbatim on this slide. The subject parcel is located at 8202 Cornell Street. This view of the subject parcel shows the development pattern and street network in the surrounding neighborhood. The approximated parcel boundary of the subject parcel and its relationship to the adjacent properties are shown in this view. Where the yellow X is shown next to Cornwall Street is the subject parcel's current access point to the transportation network. Other applicant-owned properties, shown in the photo by the dashed pink line, are also accessed from this driveway. None of these properties have access to US 19 or other collector or arterial roads. Cormel Street is classified as a local street. Street view photos were taken in August of this year. Shown here are views of the subject parcel from Cormel Street, including the current access point. Shown here are views of Cormel Street looking south and north. The top photo shows where the paved segment of Miles Boulevard ends near Cormel Street, immediately north of the subject parcel. The bottom photo shows Miles Boulevard near the subject parcel, looking west to Old Post Road. This slide examines the current and proposed zoning districts. The subject parcel's current zoning, R2, two-family residential, permits a range of low to moderate density housing types, as well as other uses allowable through special decision-making processes. For example, professional office can be permitted in the R2 district as a special exception use. The proposed C3 general commercial district provides for 40 different commercial uses as permitted uses, including all permitted uses in the C1 community commercial district. It is conceivable that many of these commercial uses would be incompatible with the adjacent homes, the residential neighborhood, and the local street network. Shown in this table for comparison is the subject parcel's maximum allowable development under the current and proposed zoning districts, as well as various development standards. Under the current R2 district, office use cannot exceed 7,623 square feet. Single-family and two-family residential uses are limited to 4 units and 6 units, respectively. In comparison, the C3 district would allow up to 12 units, or 18,295 square feet of non-residential use. This image shows the maximum building heights for the existing and proposed zoning districts. Under R2, the tallest allowable building is 32 feet, approximately 3 stories, while C3 allows up to 72 feet, approximately 6 to 7 stories. This photo shows the width of Cormel Street, a 2-lane bidirectional local street with 9-foot travel lanes. Pasco Way, a 20-foot wide street, and Miles Boulevard, a 10-foot wide street, provide Cormel Street with connectivity to the collector and arterial roadway network. This rezoning request was evaluated against the same comprehensive plan policies as for the plan amendment request. The comprehensive plan serves as the city's framework to ensure that rezonings and development proposals fit the existing neighborhood context and result in minimal or no adverse impact. To help in assessing the rezoning request's compatibility with the surrounding area, staff analyzed the existing land uses, future land use designations, and zoning designations surrounding the subject parcel. Except for transportation facilities, the level of service analysis concluded that adequate capacity exists to support future commercial development on the subject parcel. A city ordinance allows traffic impacts associated with development to be mitigated through a proportionate fair share impact fee. Of the 19 criteria in the city's land development code that are considered for rezonings, 6 stand out as concerns relative to introducing C3 zoning in this location. The proposed C3 zoning could impact the living conditions of nearby residents by introducing higher intensity uses that may affect the area's residential character. C3 zoning allows for higher traffic generating uses, which could place additional strain on local streets impacting traffic safety. Potential commercial uses permitted in the C3 district may have implications for nearby property values, affecting the stability of the surrounding neighborhood. For similar reasons, C3 uses could deter future residential improvements and investment in the area. The rezoning must align with the city's comprehensive plan, which prioritizes compatibility with surrounding uses. In most cases, it is ideal for building facades on opposite sides of the street to have a degree of visual harmony. This doesn't mean each side needs to be identical, but they should share common design elements like building height, setbacks, and facade treatments to create a cohesive streetscape. Such continuity preserves the character of the neighborhood. The city has buffer requirements in the Land Development Code, but they address only rear or side property lines. The Land Development Code's perimeter landscaping requirements address the front yard, but only through vegetation. These are some things to consider as council makes its decision. Based on the analysis, staff finds that the proposed amendment to rezone the subject parcel from the R2 two-family district to the C3 general commercial district would facilitate the subject parcel's integration with adjacent commercial properties. However, not all C3 uses would be compatible with existing homes and future residential development in the area. This zoning and eventual site development decisions can help mitigate potential impacts on residential uses. Based on staff's analysis, these recommendations are offered for council's consideration. First, place conditions on the rezoning as recommended by the Planning and Zoning Board, stated here and in ordinance number 24-699. Then, find the proposed rezoning consistent with the comprehensive plan and approve ordinance number 24-699. A sample motion is provided for council's consideration. This concludes staff's presentation. We welcome any questions, comments, or additional feedback. Thank you.
Thanks, Virtual Tammy.
She's not on anymore, so I don't know if she lost connection or she's not, but she's not on.
So the next step would be to allow the applicant to question staff, which would be Tammy. Did you have any questions for Tammy?
I don't.
Okay, so that makes that easy. So the next step would be council have an opportunity to question Tammy. Did any of you guys have questions? Guys, gals?
Oh,
She's not on, but
I know. I'm just confused if, this is not about the, in
Oh,
a
you're right.
general question, thank you. In a general question, in the previous Bill Dog site, we're pushing residential because we can get more revenue, more taxes. Let's increase the residential, There's going to be mixed use with some commercial, but the emphasis is on residential. We got to get the residential so we can get more tax base into our city. This takes the residential away and puts it into commercial.
That needs to be saved for your discussion later.
Okay.
So
That's,
keep that.
Thank you.
Keep that. That's more discussion oriented.
Okay.
So
I didn't know. I'm sorry.
Nope. Perfect. Gives me something to do.
And
while
it
I'm here.
was just a general statement, not about this. It was just a general statement for our city in general.
So hopefully Tammy will jump back on. So if anyone does have a question, she's back on.
So what were the conditions right here?
one second. Can we, Tammy, you there?
I'm here. Sorry, I was watching on YouTube and I think there's a delay. So sorry if I've been hanging out.
So just to catch you up, so the applicant, the next step was applicant had an opportunity to question staff, and he did not have any questions, and now we're at the council questioning staff. Okay.
Okay. Very
Okay,
good.
and I think Lisa has a question.
Right, so then the last thing you read on the last thing was, place conditions on the rezoning as recommended by the Planning and Zoning Board. Where are those conditions they recommended?
They're in a.
They're on page 24 of her PowerPoint. That blue, what's in blue? It's also in the ordinance. Since the owner shall develop the property for use only as warehouse office buildings to support service-based companies that do not require visibility on a major thoroughfare and generate limited traffic. The owner further agrees to sufficient buffering is determined by the city to buffer the properties used from neighboring residential properties.
Okay, that was from planning and zoning.
Yes, and so there is a development agreement, and that's the wrong term, a restriction agreement that you'll see attached to the ordinance for the rezoning. But should that be requested by council and approved by council moving forward, it would be signed by the applicant, and that would be filed in the official records so that anyone looking at that property would know that that's the restrictions on that property at this time.
And I see there were no complaints from the building department, from the police department, from all the way through. So they all approved.
Any other questions for Tammy?
It's very difficult to hear on this Zoom. The YouTube is perfect, but I can't hear. You have to really speak into your microphone and
Well, I
I
think
guess
the
pray
Zoom
that it
is
works.
out there, right?
Sorry.
Yeah, well, she can hear you from there, so if you have a question, just say Tammy and ask the question. That way she knows that you guys are speaking to her.
Okay, I don't think there's any more questions for Tammy, right? Okay. All right, Kevin, we're going to move past the questions, and now we're going to pass, the applicant has an opportunity to present. So did you have a presentation?
Good evening, Brian Smith, 8202 Cornell Street, and I believe everything you've heard so far is my intention, again, to build a warehouse type building, excuse me. And the thought there was to bring, jobs to the area, I should say, excuse me, not employees, jobs to the area. One of the restrictions there talks about a service-based company, so I would like to have you consider maybe maybe potentially striking that little piece just in case, because I feel like that does kind of, even though I did put that in the application, so I blame myself. But I would like to consider maybe eliminating that piece about the service-based businesses, just in case I do find another tenant that's potentially not service-based. And again, I'm going to try my best to limit the traffic count and those kind of things that are mentioned in the agreement. But I'd like you just at least consider today, if you could, that service-based business, striking that out. And then, as you well know, when I do actually build this building, I will come back to you with a site plan. So we'll have another further discussion at that point about hopefully what type of tenant I have in there, buffering, all those fun things will come up again. So there's another opportunity down the road for me to have that same request for you to potentially strike that service-based business piece. So that's all I'd like to consider today, if you don't mind. And obviously your normal consideration for the flume and the rezoning as well. And thank you for your time. I know you guys have a lot on your plate right now.
Okay,
What would you replace
Hold on a
that?
second. So what the first step is for the staff to question the applicant. So then it's us. So, Tammy, did you have any questions for the applicant?
No, I don't.
Okay. Then moving on to the next step will be council to question applicant.
Striking that statement, taking the service out of there, what would you replace it with?
I guess the idea is still going to be a warehouse, still going to be a commercial use, a business tenant.
Anything. It could be anything.
Right. So I feel like it's again my fault. I limited myself to that's my goal, is to have a service-based company, because I think I mentioned in the previous zoning meeting, next door to me is an alarm company, and he's a guy that just has a small warehouse, and he has some supplies in the warehouse, but he goes and does his alarm work off-site, so he doesn't have a retail presence, and that's the goal here, because this particular parcel is tucked away off of 19, so it's not a particular area that's going to have a big flashing sign to turn here kind of thing. So anyway, I felt like I limited myself on that service-based business line, if you will, if that makes sense.
I mean, alarms are service line businesses. I mean, what you're saying is service line business. So if you take that out of there, what you're describing is a service line business to me. Maybe I'm got a wrong definition.
You're right. And that's my goal. That is my number one goal. I agree. But just so
what would be in there that wouldn't be service line? Because you're dealing on a residential street that's only 18 foot wide with children playing, and I understand that there would potentially be sidewalks. But that's a residential area there, and if it's not a service line where they leave at 8 and come back at 5, and there's back and forth, there's a big safety hazard on such a small road.
Okay. Good point. Thank you.
So, I'm just thinking, if I lived there, or you lived there, would you want traffic all day long back and forth? Leaving at 8 and coming back at 5 for lunch and that, is a different scenario to me than back and forth all day long.
Okay. I agree.
Any other questions for from council?
Yeah, well, that's a good point that you made there. It's a lot of commercial around it, property, so I don't see any problem with it. As long as you don't have any intention of making it retail for traffic flow, for anything like that, correct? No retail.
Correct. No retail. Yeah, that's just, I don't think it's very.
Add as long as there's no retail.
Any other questions?
So essentially, that one little strip that we saw in yellow is the R2 property. All properties around that don't have any restrictions to have any kind of business at all. Is that correct?
That's my understanding. Yeah, but
You know, that alarm company is C3, all that pink around your property. I believe you own that property as well, right?
yeah, not the alarm company, but
No, but
up to it, yeah.
other pink properties around you. And then to the north is, it says it's R2, but that will never be built. I mean, that's a wetland. I mean, and that's why I was asking questions about that ditch and the flooding. Are those homes substantially damaged across the street from there right now? How's that neighborhood shaping up?
I don't know if that's in scope or not.
It's not. It's not. I mean, it's not relevant to a rezoning question. You're looking at the criteria for rezoning, which Tammy went through. So.
Well, I'm looking at it from a standpoint. Here's this little pocket of R2 on the same side of the street that everything else is zone C3. For whatever reason, it looks like it might have been a mistake at some point in time. And in my opinion,
So obviously, this time we have a chance to discuss that.
Are we
those type of
discussing
things.
that right
well,
now?
This is just direct questions for the applicant. So once we're done with this,
okay.
any questions for him, then we can come back and.
All right. So you clarified that all the rest of the property is C3. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
All right.
Any other questions for the applicant? Okay, thank you. Okay, so next up is public comment, and so like I said at the beginning, we're going to break that apart, and so the public understands the first ordinance, the 698, is a legislative action by the council. Just a little more information on it. So in order for a rezone to happen, the future land use category must be commensurate with that zoning change. So you couldn't change to commercial if it was a future land use of residential. So the very first thing, the 698 ordinance, is to allow for the future land use of that area to be commercial. So if that was to fail, there would be no rezone after that. So that must pass for the next one to go. So I'm going to open up for public comment. Any public comment on ordinance 24-698 regarding the FLUM change, future land use map? Okay, I have no sign up and see no hands. I will bring that back. Any public comment on the actual ordinance number 24-699, which is the rezone from those properties to commercial? And again, that's a quasi-judicial process. Any public comment? And I have no signups as well. So, moving on, I'm going to offer the applicant has an opportunity to make closing statements. Do you have a closing statement you'd like to foregone? Staff has an opportunity to make closing statements. Tammy, do you have a closing statement?
No statements.
Okay. And now I'll bring it back to council for consideration application upon a motion second. So,
I'll read the first ordinance and you guys can discuss it.
yeah, so we'll basically entertain the first the future land use map change, which I think is relatively straightforward, and then we can talk about the rezone. Or maybe it's opposite. Maybe the future land use is more conversation. So if you can read by title.
Ordinance 24-698, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Port Richey, Florida, amending the comprehensive plan future land use map to redesignate a 0.70 acre parcel, more or less, located at 8202 Carmel Drive from residential res to commercial mixed use CMU, and providing for an effective date.
Okay, so I will open it up for a motion and a discussion on the future land use map change from
I'd like to make a motion. I'd like to make a motion to approve the first reading of the ordinance number 24-698, amending the comprehensive plan future land use map to redesignate 8202 Cornell Drive from residential to commercial mixed use.
Okay. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, motion is second. Any further discussion?
Linda? A general question, not regarding this. I just want us to think of what we want our little 3 mile city to look like. We want it to, I mean, we're just going You might as well just all move out at this point. Just make it all commercial. This is just getting silly. You're putting this directly across from on an 18-foot street that doesn't even have a line down the middle, and you're putting commercial vehicles up and down that street. So I think it's kind of I understand all the other pink, but the majority of that has access to 19. This does not have access to 19. It's a very small residential street. I think we're not doing our city in a whole a service.
Any other discussion? Any other discussion? Okay. And I'll just add on to that. So and I hear what you're saying, and I think it's important that we keep an eye out for that for sure. It is that as you cross the street, it is all residential there. On the other side where the applicant is applied, it's all commercial except for that very property.
I understand.
And so,
but it's residential at the moment.
it is residential.
We're changing it so you could put. Excuse, I don't mean to. I apologize for interrupting you. You could put R2. You could put 2-family homes over there because that's what it's zoned for right now. Now we're saying you go with this. Now you can put a 72-foot storage building. That's not what his plan is. However,
Who knows? 50 years from now.
that's what you're giving someone permission to do. He could buy it. He could build it. Then someone could knock it down and put a 72-foot thing up there. That's what we're allowing to happen to our city. We're giving permission for that to this gentleman or anybody else to do that. That's what we're allowing. Not that it's not about him. It's about what we want our city to look like. That's just an overall thing that I think we need to continue to look at. And I don't think this council is looking at that. I think we're looking at individuals and not what we want the whole city to look like. And I think that's very nearsighted or farsighted. I don't know which one it is, but it's one of those.
Sure. So to continue, if you look up here, I've shared my screen. So the parcel is the entire parcel that the applicant owns is here, and I just want to point out that the yellow square box is what we're talking about now. In that, where the red outline is, the little triangle there, as well as the L shape, that's all C3, all along 19 C3. It's just that one block, and I really feel that probably the reason it is like that is because at one time there was an actual residence there, which has since been torn down. And so at the point that it was torn down, it actually probably makes more sense that is, in my opinion, commercial mixed use. And if you can see there's another little yellow there. That's a city-owned property actually, which is R2 there. Again, landlocked pretty much. Along Miles, on the north side, that's all buffered by drainage ditch, water, or whatever. The another thing to point out, I think you can see my pointer, yeah. Across the street from the property, that's actually a vacant lot on that corner. There's a residence right there next door to it, and then residence up the road. One thing to keep in mind when we talk about buildings, 72-foot buildings, whatever, you could have 72-foot buildings all along the strip right there anyway. Absolutely. So really, that 0.7 acres, I think it was, is that correct? Addition is somewhat out of place on that side of the road currently. Again, I think it's really because there was a house actually sitting there before. So, I can understand your point, and that's we need to look out for that. I think this makes more sense commercial than it does residential, and just not that this really matters, but I also want to show this. And I'm very familiar with the property because let me just go back. So I actually own this little flag pennant property here. When I said I abut the property, actually abut his other properties internal to the one being here. But when I purchased that property, that one was for sale as well, and I actually looked at potentially buying that myself, and decided not to because of the price. But that being said, I don't know where I was going with that. Oh, in the real estate ad for that, it actually says, and I don't know where this information come from. It came from a realtor, obviously, but it actually said, city has said it would be an easy rezone to C3. And I chuckle at that when I read things like that because there's no easy anything in city politics. But anyway, I just want to point that out. From my perspective, it does make sense that would be commercial based on everything around it. And again, there's a dividing street line in between the commercial, what would be fully commercial, and residential, and there is buffering requirements for this side to make sure that the streetscape is maintained, and if there's certain uses, it has to have fence, landscaping, and all that. So that's my comments. Any other discussion on that?
No, I had the same concerns that it looked like it was omitted or out of place for some reason. Why wasn't that all contiguous? C3 zoning. And with regard to those two areas to the north on Miles, that's all wetland. You're not going to be able to build on that ever.
Yeah, this is a pond, I think, isn't it?
Well, that's the drainage
Swampland.
into that bayou on the east side of Old Post that runs right down my canal.
Yeah, but this is vacant too, I believe. I did have an aerial of that. So you see it's those properties. Here's the pond over here. Obviously the ditch goes along Miles there, and this is all undeveloped.
And there's a city-owned drainage ditch that needs to be cleaned out because that's creating problems too. So,
yeah. So another
another
topic,
issue. Yeah.
So I've got a motion second for discussion on that. All in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
The motion carries. So next up, we'll discuss the second ordinance. And right, Nancy, if you could read that by title.
Yes, ordinance 24699, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Port Richey, Florida, amending the official zoning map to redesignate a 0.70 acre parcel more or less located at 8202 Carmel Drive from R2 two-family residential to C3 general commercial, and providing for an effective date.
Thank you. And so with that, I'm going to open up for public comment once again on that. This is for the rezone. Is there any public comment? I have no sign-ups. Did I already ask that? I can't remember.
You did that.
Okay.
That's okay. And
My
that was
bad.
asked twice.
All right.
Someone may change their mind.
Get a second chance. Okay, so now I'm going to put that to council consideration for that. And I'm going to start going back to since I'm still
Oh, sorry.
yeah, bring it back over if you would. So the issue I have with the rezone in there is the restrictions, and let me explain why. Pull that zoning back up. So, and from a planning perspective, planning is messy, and so you're going to have things like this that, for whatever reason, in the past things weren't done, and so as staff looked at this, and I'm going to respectfully disagree on the restrictions of staff, just because if we look at this in a box, this one particular yellow property here, and basically put restrictions on that, again, all up and down that street with these other properties off Pasco Way to get to that property, all C3 unrestricted properties. And so what we're doing is we're burdening this particular parcel with restrictions that nobody else has to follow. And so from that aspect, it doesn't make sense to have any restrictions on that. Again, when you talk about building height and you talk about traffic, again, all this traffic can be generated here from these other properties. If they bulldoze and create something else, I mean, there's lots of things that could happen in the future. So from my perspective, it doesn't make any sense to add any restrictions to that. So I would look to have those restrictions removed and just rezone it to C3 would be my thing. I support the rezone, of course, at any level, but I think it's misguided for us to spot restrict a certain parcel just for the sake of we're looking at it with fresh eyes from a planning perspective, not taking into consideration all of the surrounding area around it. And so, and also another point to that is with those restrictions there, you can have restrictions for a reason, and the reason obviously is to protect the residential, but you're really only protecting these two. And I will also point out that I was at the planning and zoning meeting. Nobody showed up in opposition to that. Nobody's here in opposition to that. To Dave's point, I don't know that in the future those residents are going to build up. I don't know if they were substantially damaged or not, but that was very prone to a lot of water there. So I don't know where that's at. And so maybe it makes sense to potentially not restrict that so it can be redeveloped into something even more so than service companies or whatever. Maybe it is a mixed-use commercial with residents on top. Just because it's commercial doesn't take away the residential component. That's accepted use in commercial.
But that's not what you proposed.
No, he proposed, correct. But from a zoning perspective, obviously, if he sells or whatever, properties are for sale all the time, whether they're for sale or not. If somebody comes in, and I think about this, and again, I'm not saying this because I have any fortune telling capabilities, but obviously, as we talk about the old trailer park lot and stuff that's getting right over here, all these properties being commercial mixed use or whatever, maybe those properties here get bought up as well, and something can be done along those lines as well. I don't know, but restricting it obviously restricts it to these certain things, and it doesn't make sense to me. So,
If I may just
Put the aerial back up.
just so you to know this, I don't think it was said yet. The restrictions that have been proposed, they're not forever. If the property is sold, if the circumstances change, same applicant, different applicant, they can come back and show what's different that would no longer support the restrictions. So perhaps, let's say, if it passes tonight with these restrictions, and in 3 years it's very evident that those two parcels that were mentioned are not going to get rebuilt, and the city takes them over and does something with them, that may change the circumstances. Then the applicant could come back in and say, can I get these restrictions removed based on that new development? So it's not, it runs with the property, but it can be changed.
what if you change? So
I'm saying, if you want the restrictions as staff's recommended, it doesn't mean they're on there forever. I just want to make sure you understand that.
right. But on the same line is, let's say the applicant sells that, the new owner has those same restrictions
He'd have to
until
come
he comes in and asks to be changed. That's what I'm saying. It's just,
Absolutely.
it's more council time. In the future, if that happens, again, from my perspective, it doesn't make any sense to spot restrict that one property. So did you have a question?
No, I just wanted to say, and even more of the houses are further south
Okay, we
on
need to
that
not
road.
look at
They're-
something that wasn't provided by staff.
The-
You're going at.
Oh, well,
just
sorry,
make sure,
it's-
Yeah, look
it's
at
just-
what, you need to look at the information provided by staff to make your determination for a quasi judicial hearing. You can't go outside the record. I'm sorry. You can ask her if
No, I-
if we open up to ask questions.
It's all right, I can see it on
Okay.
what I was talking about.
Perfect. I'm glad.
There's a bird's eye view slide.
Perfect.
It's actually on page 7.
Is there a question for me? I can't.
I don't think so. I think they answered
guys
it with
hear-
your PowerPoint.
Okay.
But
Very
okay.
good. Thank you, Nancy. Thanks for handling things over there.
No,
On that
I was
side.
just looking at the houses that are there on the other side of the street aren't, they're mostly further south of this property anyway. There's two across, looks like there's an empty lot there, right?
Yeah, it's all empty, that one.
That's empty.
There's a residential vacant lots, so there's the potential that if it's not buffered well and it's something that's objectionable to a residential user, that it could impede like future investment in that lot. And then also, I think it's not so much the use, because commercial and residential can coexist. It's all about the treatments. It's about the buffering and the location of driveways and where the traffic impacts. And so it really needs to be, and I think at some point the city might think about, because you are in a redevelopment mode, that a lot of cities don't allow rezonings without some more detail about what is actually going to be built there. So when you get a lot of development up close to each other and you start to make changes, there's people who are affected by that, good and bad. And so right now it's an uncertainty as to what will actually go there and how it would be compatible or incompatible with your comprehensive plan policies. That's my 2 cents as a planner. You guys can,
Thanks, Dan.
but if at some point in the past somebody had held the line and said this is a residential neighborhood and that strip would be all yellow on the map, but maybe the comp plan wasn't looked at back in the day.
Yeah. Wouldn't you agree, Tammy, that those restrictions actually restrict maybe better things that could go in there, like a mixed-use commercial with some residential? Because basically what the restrictions read is it has to be a warehousing service-related entity, right?
Yeah, I really don't, I'm not averse to the not having a use restriction, but I think that it should be the right type of traffic generation or trip generation. And I also think that there should be some stipulation regarding buffering, because it looks like the city's not prepared for buffering in the front yard.
Yeah.
So, and the applicant has said he's thinking about what he would do to help kind of, mitigate the impacts of the commercial development on those people that live across the street. So I don't know that if that was averse to the applicant or not at this point in time. But, I think that if we kind of took care of the streetscape and we take care of the traffic generation, that perhaps what happens behind the buffer isn't that much of a concern.
Isn't that done though? Like when the site plan would come forth before it would be approved to whatever they're wanting to do there, those things would be taken into consideration, traffic and all that, so that obviously
it's just that you have regulations now that don't say that you must, and that's where the stipulation would come in to say that it has to be a low traffic generating use, and that there'd be buffering to protect those homeowners.
Because this would be the only one that didn't have access to 19. All the rest of them, let's see.
No, there's no.
Some of the other ones only have access to this. Right. Okay.
Just that one little piece that actually it's about half of the block if you think about it. The R2 piece is
roughly,
it's like 50%, a little bit less than 50% of that side of Cornell Street. So it'll be a significant. I mean, right now it's a vacant lot, and you're not really looking at too much that's terrific to begin with. So there could be some opportunities to, clean it up, have some fresh buildings, some fresh landscaping. That's a positive. But you don't want to have it to where you've got big trucks, sharing the road with people who are walking down a 18-foot paved without sidewalks. I mean, there's just some safety issues there, and I think also some comfort, residential sort of comfort type of, and also you can think about lighting, noise, all the things that would be right there in people's front yards. So I think that during the site plan process, if we had some mechanism to be able to ask for those types of considerations, right now, I don't believe the land development code would help you relative to those things.
Yeah, to me it seems that the restrictions actually force big truck traffic. I mean, because that's all you can put there is warehouse and office buildings, warehousing being the key word there.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, we went with what the applicant had asked for, so that was just our, if that was your intention, then we'll put that in the stipulations. But I guess people change their minds, so maybe that's, and I appreciate that. So, but I think if we could still stipulate the buffer and the trip generation consideration, then maybe the use isn't, maybe there'd be something that's a little bit more neighborhood oriented that would come there versus a warehouse. But that's just speculation.
We noticed this at the property, right? That the residents around the property were aware of what
Yes.
the potential is.
I actually find out about it myself that way.
I hate to do this, but since you went back to Tammy and asked questions, we need to make sure the applicant doesn't want to respond.
Sure.
Or if there's any other questions that he might have, because it kind of conversation added some more information, and you're going to have to go back to public comment after that.
Yeah, I'll be quick. Buffering. So that's a good point Tammy and I've talked about before, and I agree. I'll add some additional buffering, shrubbery, etc. Along that front yard. I think it's around 10 trees along that front yard right now, so I've got a decent, start, if you will, mature trees. But yeah, I do plan to add additional bushes, shrubs, something along that front yard for buffering. Absolutely.
Would you be opposed to that being put in here?
No, that's fine. That's fine. Yeah. I mean, I think I saw something on one of Tammy's slides that mentioned. I forget, 3 to 6 feet or something, like a bush every 3 to 6 feet or something like that. So yeah, absolutely.
Well, so
well, that's the standard. That's the standard. We'd have to look to see, because that's perimeter landscaping. It's not buffer. That's just I just pointed it out that there is a front yard treatment, but it's a landscaping treatment, not a buffer treatment.
Oh, okay.
So maybe what we could do is look at your buffer standards for the side yard and backyard and see what might be applicable on the front yard.
Yeah, no,
So
and
that-
I
I
think,
just feel
I
there's
think
a-
with the
there's a
redevelopment
void.
stuff, I think we need to probably review our buffering requirements just to make sure that we don't want to make those more strict, add stuff to them or
Yeah.
whatever, so that
Yeah.
we can protect that. But I don't know if it's necessary to be done property specific. I think we should jump right on that, not just for this, but for everything. So again, different topic.
But are they grandfathered in after the fact? So if you you have an existing business and then you change your buffering system, you can't go back and make them adhere to that.
Once it's built, that's correct. But
Correct. So this is in that process.
And I will point out, if I may, that the current restrictions that have been drafted do include a buffering. This was from planning and zoning. The owner further agrees to sufficient buffering as determined by the city to buffer the properties used from neighboring residential properties. And that was because it was discussion that there is some buffering in the code, but it's going to be more in staff's opinion to keep that sufficient. So that is there. That language is there.
Good, thank you.
Go back to public comment.
yeah, so I'll open it back up for public comment. Any? Okay, I'll bring it back.
No, thank you.
Okay. And I'm not opposed to taking restrictions out, other than we're going to require some additional buffering. I don't know how we scope that in a language to. You can't really leave it up in the air. Do we need to spec it out now?
The current recommendation is as determined by the city.
Right. Well, so that would flow to whatever
It would be
discussion we
him-
had.
It would be him agreeing to do what the city asked him to do with buffering.
Right. So
Yes.
that covers us.
Yeah.
So yeah. So I think an option would be to somebody to make a motion to approve the ordinance number 24699, striking restrictions other than the buffering would be one, or you could approve it as is, or however
Or
you
some
want.
other variation.
I thought we were discussing potentially, he had made a request to pull the service-based business.
Well, that would pull it out if you remove the restrictions.
Oh, you mean remove the restriction totally?
Yeah, and just leave the buffering in there would be one
Well,
option.
And that was my concern. All of the other properties don't have the restriction. Is there a legal issue with us putting a restriction on this one particular property? Okay, so that's good. But it appears,
You have a provision, you have a provision in your land development code that allows you to stipulate or make conditions on a rezoning.
okay. And then,
And also, I would also add that the other properties are quite a bit smaller, right? They're just residential, they're old residential lots on Cornell Street.
on the
They're-
east
they've
or
just
the west side?
Transition.
And so one question
On the
I
west,
guess,
on the east side,
on those other
The
properties.
the west side doesn't have any, it has like a store at the end of the street, I believe, on the west side, and even there's still multifamily on the east side of Cornell.
And then there's two vacant
But-
lots toward the end, right? Toward the north side, the northeast side of Cornell. Or west, yeah.
The north,
West.
yeah, the northeast side is,
No, northeast is his property. Northwest is the residential lots.
So
yes, yeah, but I think somebody was mentioning the pattern that had started to be established in that area, and it's predominantly on the east side of Cornell. I think there's just maybe the one store. Actually, I don't think that those properties have commercial designations. So I think they're residential.
Say it again, Tammy. You talk about the adjacent properties next to the.
On the other side, on the west side of Cornell, I don't know that everybody has their proper.
Oh, from a zoning map, they all say residential, which that should
From
be
the zone, I think from the zoning and the future land use, but I don't have those maps in front of me. But the pattern is a residential pattern. It's
It
just that
mimics
it's
the land
slowly
use
been-
mimics the zoning. They're both
Yeah.
residential.
Yeah, I think the zoning and the future land use on
That's
the other
correct.
side of the street.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So what I was going to say was on those other properties that are commercial that don't have restrictions or buffer anything. Again, question for you: if further discussion at another time, we talk about the buffering, that wouldn't apply to them currently, but if somebody bought them, bulldozed and put a thing in there, then it would apply.
Yes.
So I think, again, outside this discussion, we probably need to talk about buffering in general, and then so we can, going forward, we have the right set of buffer requirements in place.
Well, Mr. Smith said that he was going to bring the plans and the site plans to us before he has construction that we can approve on, and we'll probably have buffering in those site plans that we can approve of or not approve of at that time.
That's kind of what I was getting at earlier.
And where does the fact that if it's residential, commercial have anything to do with traffic? Because I see a lot of people live in residential areas that don't obey traffic laws either. So, and they have big trucks and loud trucks also, just like commercial vehicles. Sometimes they take them home. So that doesn't have a big bearing on it. And being that it's been empty for decades, building a residential duplex or triplex or a house on there or two houses on there, when the backyard is nothing but commercial, doesn't make any sense. So it makes sense for somebody to come in and produce something out of this property, make it useful, as long as it's done properly, which he's going to bring the site plans to us before he does that. He said impossible tenants that we can approve of. So I say we need to move forward on this. I don't see any reason why not.
What's your motion?
I can do that. David, your turn.
No, I too agree that that one yellow property with all that commercial around it, being that it's across the street, now you got residential across the street, and commercial on the other side of the street. That's kind of the nature of this city. And this looks to me that it was maybe an oversight, or like you said, maybe there was a property there at one point in time before they put the rest of the zoning in there. I'd like to make a motion, I guess, to approve ordinance number 24699, I guess without those restrictions. Essentially that.
Okay.
Don't we want the buffer zone put in?
That's not part of the motion. Did you want to? Was there a second on Dave's motion?
I'll second.
Okay, so I have a motion, a second there. Any further discussion? Okay, I've already had public comment. I don't need to open it back up. Good, so, okay. I'll put to vote. All in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
Motion carries. Okay, next up is council business. We've closed all the public hearings. Item number 5, approval of McKim and Creed Statement of Qualifications, SOQ for engineering services for the planning and design of a potable water plant facility. I'll pass it to Mr. Copper for introduction.
On October 16th, 2024, a statement of qualifications from McKim and Creed was received and opened for the plan and design of a potable water plant facility. City staff reviewed the SOQ and are presented to council for approval. This approval will authorize staff to negotiate an agreement with McKim and Creed according to the Consultants Competitive Negotiations Act. The city was awarded a grant from FDEP for Clean Water State Revolving Fund to cover 100% of the cost of planning and designing the potable water plant facility. The award amounts to $4.25 million. McKim and Creed will prepare a proposed contract based on the project.
Motion and discussion.
Did we get 3 bids, or was this the only bid we got? The only one. That was my only question I had.
So this is the only company that responded?
Correct.
Why are we getting no response from folks? I mean, this has been a history going on. Is there something better we can do to ensure? But they're just bidding on this $4.2 million that was awarded, correct?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, there's no negotiation on that, right? I mean, they've agreed to, or we're going to draft something to agree to that amount?
Well, we have to negotiate a contract still, yes.
Yeah, a contract, yeah, but the dollar amount's fixed.
Right.
That
Well,
part of it is known,
that's
yeah.
the total of our award, but that doesn't necessarily mean that that's what the contract will be.
This is kind of like, solving the problem with looking at the back of the answer book, right? Which I disagree with government, the way our government works. But essentially, we got one company.
Correct.
Well, then we'll go with that one. Motion to approve the statement of qualifications for engineering services for the planning and design of a potable water plant facility, because we need a new one.
I will second that.
I'll give it to Bob since we kind of started saying it first. So you kind of beat him at the end. So motion second. Any further discussion? Okay. Any from public eye comment? I have no sign up, so show of hands. Okay, I'll bring it back for a vote. All in favor, signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. We're just over 2 hours. We want to take a quick 5-minute bio break before we continue. I know it's towards the we'll adjourn for 5.
We only got one.
That's only first reading contract.
Well, I hope it's fun.
You gotta remember, it's also, who's familiar with it.
That's for phase one.
This one, they removed the condition.
Now,
That was a change of as well. Yeah, so I'm not doing that document that I worked so hard on. That won't even be anymore. That will come back up.
if you go far away, you have to get around the world. You have to be familiar with this particular area. All right, we'd like to.
They'll let you know. They'll let you know when it's we just have to figure it out.
So that's also our goal. Timeline.
Yeah. All we're is the red license with some legislature decided we needed to happen.
Yeah, they, you know, some of the FDP project.
Works better than we do. Yeah. Ordinance is the only thing that goes twice. Now there may be some. And there's some, and then when I'm back.
Because I need to say, I need to say, you know, hey, give me to get the same well site, we have to look to acquire a new well site. Maybe Daryl. Sounds good.
Hi.
So next up is item number 6, approved engineer list of 2023-2024. I'll pass it to
Each year, staff contacts city's previously approved engineers for an updated packet of information and statement of qualification. This annual process assists city in moving along with engineering on projects by selecting one of the pre-approved engineers to complete the task. In efforts to conserve paper, the full packet we provided a flash drive, which hopefully you got. We are looking for an approval of the list of engineers.
Thank you. Okay, I'll open up for motion or discussion.
Motion to approve the approved engineers firm for 24-25.
Second. 23-24. Oh, it's supposed to be 24-25.
24-25.
Yours does?
Mine does too.
Mine says 23-24.
3 year behind.
I pulled it off the web too. Okay. Maybe did you update it?
It says
She's
23.
looking at the agenda.
Yeah, it says 20.
Sorry.
And they're looking at the cover sheet.
Oh, yeah, I'm looking at the agenda. Sorry. Cover sheet's right. So, a motion, is there a second?
Second.
A motion second. Any further discussion? Any public comment? I have no signed up, so we'll bring it back for a vote. All in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Next up, item number 7, approval of the Port Richey Police Department agreement with the Florida Department of Law Enforcement for state financial assistance for the school security assessment program. I'll pass it to Mr. Coppin for introduction.
With the opening of Edison Private School in Pine Hill Road, the police department funds that appropriately provides specific school security assessment services to ensure the safety of students, teachers, and parents. The State of Florida Department of Law Enforcement offers a grant program to reimburse the city for these services. Through this grant, the Port Richey Police Department will receive training to implement the school security assessment program, conduct physical site security assessments for Edison Private School, providing reports and recommendations to enhance infrastructure and safety, assist Edison Private School in developing active assailant response protocols, including training and drills for students and staff, consult with Edison Private School to implement a comprehensive threat management program. The grant period spans 10 months from September 1, 2024 to June 30th, 2025. The city is eligible for reimbursement for personnel costs, software, and other items needed to support these activities. The Chief of Police anticipates the costs for implementing this program will be relatively low. I would turn it over to the Chief if he has anything like that.
Chief?
We had reached out to, actually went over to Edison Private School before the semester started and before this came out, because we realized that the way the school is set up, it's kind of vulnerable. So we had done a preliminary assessment, and we're working on some response protocols, but this came out, and so we had planned on sending to people to the training in Orlando, except the training was on the 5th, which is the day Helene was supposed to come in. So they couldn't go to that class. Just this past week, they had the recorded version, the 2-hour version. And so we're reviewing that along with the paperwork that was supposed to be given out at that course. So we're doing the preliminary training now before we reach back out to Edison Private School and start to do the assessments.
Motion or discussion?
Yes. It appears like we're going to be lending or doing some activities over there at that school, correct?
Right now is part of the grant facility assessment. That is the first and primary part that we're going to work on.
And we're going to get some kind of reimbursement for the second.
If we have to buy, looks like we'll have to get a computer in order to computer a tablet, and any overtime that is, we've getting overtime, and then that can be submitted for reimbursement.
Okay. My concern is, do we have a time reporting system that's going to allow you to track that time accurately so that you can get that reimbursement?
Yeah. When you put in their overtime slips, that comes in, and that's
And there again, I'm not familiar with how you guys do time reporting, but time reporting is always a critical factor in, any grant or audit or anything like that. So we've got a mechanism to track their time relative to time spent at the school, right, doing the assessment.
Yes, that's correct. So they're like the other police grants. They put it on their overtime sheet, and then I track it that way and ask for reimbursement for it that way. So if we need to do anything different because this is school related, we'll do another sheet or something.
In other words, we have an internal process that addresses this.
Yes, absolutely.
Perfect. Thank you.
Motion to approve the agreement to the Florida Department of Law Enforcement for, that's on page. State financial assistance to participate in the school security assessment program. Authorize the chief to sign on behalf of the city of Port Richey.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Okay, any public comment?
Hi, Christine Sullivan, 7808 Weber Lane. Today at 3:30, the Fort Ritchie inspector came to my home and declared my home a...
Oh, wait a minute, yes.
I thought...
We have no.
You wanted me to, okay.
No, so
I wasn't paying attention to that, so I was just waiting.
come up with the next one, so, yeah. Sorry. Thank you. Anyone else? Okay. Bring it back for vote. All in favor, signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Okay, next up, item number 8, discussion of changes to Chapter 109, flood damage prevention, definition of substantial improvement that would change the period of time. Cumulative costs will be tracked, currently 1 year. Pass it to Ms. Cobb for introduction.
I'm not going to read everything on the cover sheet, but just to kind of summarize it, based upon the open house that the building department had to talk about substantial damage and building permit processes on November 4th, a conversation with the mayor was had where he was questioning the potential of changing our cumulative period for tracking substantial improvements. Currently, as you're aware, it's 1 year, 50% in 1 year. And the thought was that it be taken down from 1 year to what the base requirements are, which are per incident. Again, I've provided a table that kind of shows you jurisdictions in and around us and kind of down the coast a little bit, so you can see the time periods that they have, as well as their cumulative amount. I think there are a lot of questions that we don't have the answers to that you probably would be interested in. It's just we didn't have a lot of time between this desire to put it on the agenda to get it onto this agenda. So we're still in the discovery phase for a lot of those questions. I kind of listed the things to consider. One, we don't know how many residents will be affected by this change, because there's really two things in play with that. One is, what is the substantial damage that is incurred as part of this event? And the second is, have they been in that 1 year time frame either doing repairs to substantial damage or doing substantial improvements? We don't have that information. It just takes a little bit longer to put that all together. We know that it will have a negative impact on the city's CRS score. We get extra points because we're above what the National Flood Insurance requires. And so it only stands to reason that if you reduce that down to what they require, you're probably going to lose some points. Now, does that mean that we're going to lose any of our any of the benefits in terms of going down to a different class? Probably not. But we just don't know that right now, and it really is going to be very difficult to predict what that loss of points is going to be. We can't predict any unintended consequences of the action to loosen. Loosen the 1 year time frame. Again, I just know that there's always unintended consequences with everything you do, and you usually find out 6 to 8 months after you do something what those unintended consequences are. So I just want you to be aware there could be unintended consequences when you make a change like this. We are confident FEMA is watching. We are confident FEMA is watching the city and the actions we take regarding enforcement of the flood damage prevention code. I will say this not as a seer of the future. I will say this because I've dealt with bureaucrats for many, many years. We've had a couple different meetings with FEMA. They have let us know that they're watching. They haven't come out and said, we're watching you, but they've provided us information to let us know that they know, or what they predict should be a lot of the numbers that we are going to be providing to them over the next couple of months. You have to understand, they already know last year as well. You might say, well, how do they know? Well, they get into the database that when someone applies for flood insurance, a claim, they know. And they then cross that with our permits. And they'll see exactly what we already know is that there were not a lot of permits pulled last year. But we believe there's more than 300 homes impacted by floodwaters. They have numbers we don't have. And so they're going to, again, and what they have said without saying it is, they are watching what we do today to make a determination of what our future is going to be. And again, that's part of something I was saying to Councilman Mueller, is that, some of the things we're doing is to demonstrate and be able to demonstrate that we are enforcing our codes. Because one of the things they did say, and the mayor was in that meeting with them, is that if we do everything that we can to show that we've enforced our codes, and at the end of the day, nothing happens, it's not our fault, and they're not going to blame us. But if we don't do that, they will hold us accountable in some way. And so we have to do everything we can to demonstrate that we are doing what our codes say we're supposed to be doing. Research would need to be done to see if code could take time period prior to it, or take effect prior to its adoption. And something I know that in talking with the city attorney, and I won't speak for her, is a concern that, if we adopt this and try to make it retroactive, will that have an impact on anything that we do? One, related to, we've signed documents with the National Flood Insurance saying we're going to enforce these rules. Going forward, there's probably not an issue. But the question is since we're kind of in the middle, if we try to be retroactive with it, will it have an impact on things that we've already signed and said that we would be doing? And lastly, to effectuate a change, council need to direct the city attorney to draft the necessary ordinance.
Thanks. So I'll add a little color here, obviously, on this. There's very little that the city can do about this, other than be more restrictive on what FEMA requires. FEMA requires the 50% in order to be part of the community rating system. They don't require the 1 year period. That's above and beyond that the city does. And for an example, Newport Richey, which you see on the spreadsheet here, has 5 years. They just at their last council meeting changed that, or I'm sorry, at one of their emergency meetings, they changed that to 2 years, that look back period, to be less restrictive. They still have 2 years, but it was 5. And I think they realized with the significance of the event that that 5 year look back period probably put quite a few people above and beyond that 50% from stuff they did 3 years ago, right? So I don't know what impact, if this, by entertaining this change, how many people that would help. I know it would help some. And from my perspective, if you could save, if you get the entire city drowning and you can save a couple, it's better to save a couple than none at all. But again, like I said, the city's hands are tied on what we're able to do outside of just ignoring FEMA's rules and not doing that and losing our flood insurance, our community rating system, and all that. That's not a good outcome. So that's not something we want to do. But how can we help residents that are in this situation? There's avenues outside of these rules, but I think we need to look at this. Now, I specifically ask, again, and you would need to follow to make sure, but about the retroactivity of a change like this, and the FEMA representative told me that yes, that it would apply to retroactive. Again, legally, I don't know where it goes. That's you would look at it, but
I would disagree with that, but we won't
yeah,
continue.
it seems odd, but that was the information I got. So I do know that Newport Richey did theirs from 5 to 2. So. And I don't know if anybody else, I'm not keeping track of all, obviously, but as you can see, there's someone here that are 0 years, all the way up to 5. So, and like I said, there would be some people that this might help not be substantially damaged. I also want to say that going forward, whatever we do here, we need to be very cognizant of getting information out to people and actually putting programs together to make sure that we are mitigating into the future so that we don't have this. Obviously, this event was very, very large, and there's going to be, as a result of this, some people are going to lose their homes, right, unless they go some other avenues. And I'll just bring those up in public since people are probably watching. Obviously, you can get an independent appraisal to adjust your valuation, right? And there's some homes out there that are probably well undervalued that those numbers are applying to. The caveat to that is if you do that and you do raise the value of your house, your tax bill goes up with that. So there is, while you will be able to maybe get you within that 50%, fix it, you are going to be paying more taxes as a result of that. And that's really, if you think about it, that's probably what should happen anyway, especially if you want to stay at home. You can also, keep your insurance money, and correct me if I'm wrong here, keep your insurance money, put the house up for sale as is, walk away from it, and let somebody else deal with the problem. That's an option too. Doesn't get back in the home, but also it maximizes your lost proceeds that you can maybe use to do something else.
Yeah, but doesn't that if FEMA sends you the money, you might not put it back into that house, but that amount or that destruction goes with the house regardless of whether you sell it or not, regardless of whether you fix it or not. Right?
I believe that the payments
make you have flood insurance if you take
on that property if you take it to fix it, yes. But if you can't fix it, if you can't get permit to fix it, I think you're okay to walk away with that funding. Don't quote me on that, but
it'll still come up on the FEMA papers. It still comes up. I just got a paper. Any claim from FEMA on my house since like 1982. It tells me how many claims have been on my. I wasn't here in 1982, but FEMA knows what was happening at my house
right
in 1982 forward.
Yeah. So my understanding of what happens on that. So let's say you apply applied for FEMA assistance, you were granted FEMA assistance, and again, not all FEMA assistance qualifies, that my understanding. The 750 kind of that they give everybody to defray costs or whatever, that's not part of that, based on what I've asked and the information I've got. It's only the assistance that was applied to the structure that was damaged. So if you got $10,000, say, for your structure for help, by accepting that, you as the owner encumber that property to have flood insurance in perpetuity, right?
Whether you own it or not.
Whether you own it or not. So a buyer coming in, they would see that as on there that it requires flood insurance. If they choose not to get flood insurance, they're not going to throw you in jail. They're just not going to give you any assistance if you get flooded. So, that correct?
Well, citizens inform people that before the storm that if you don't have flood insurance, you will not be able to get homeowners insurance, period, in the state of Florida.
Yes.
Right. And obviously, laws and stuff are going to change around this, of course. and if we change this today, or not today, but if we look at changing this in the near future, that's not to say FEMA doesn't come out next year and all of a sudden it's 50% in 2 years, and we would jump to that, right? This is really a point in time, which is why I'm saying that whatever we do here to try to do something to help, I think going forward, we need to think of creative ways to getting these properties out of the flood plain, whether that's through our CRA or other methods, or actively pursuing additional funding. I think there's probably going to be some additional funding thrown at this to try to deal with that. Again, no guarantees, but I think we really, as a city, we need to make sure that we're doing everything we can to help get these properties in air, and not just having people continue to invest in them and have loss after loss after loss.
Well, that's ironic. The FEMA is the reason my house wasn't elevated.
What was that?
Well, I was going to elevate the house. I was going to build a new house up high, and I was talked into dealing with FEMA to help finance that. And the bureaucracy over 3 years kept me from doing that. And I should have just did it without FEMA or getting involved with them, because after they approved a grant, $150,000 to do that, then they took the money away from me. I decided I was going to do it anyway. Of course, then COVID came. So that was one of the big stipulations of not building a house was COVID. And I remember talking to Veronica with Dallas. I had permits in the office. We were going over the permits on building a new house.
So you approved for the grant?
I was approved for the $150,000 towards the cost of building a new house at the proper elevation, and then they took it away from me. Or there's 4 of us actually here in the area. We were dealing with Pasco County disaster, and the 4 of us, all the money was taken away from us, put to somewhere else in the northern Pasco County. So I went ahead to do it anyway. If I wouldn't have went to FEMA, the house would have been built before COVID. Is my point. But the bureaucracy and the fact of going through all their bureaucracy and then getting turned down, and this because you're approved don't mean you get the money after you build the house anyway, because I know other people that were approved for that program for $90,000 wound up getting $32,000 after the house was built, because they're going, well, I don't like the way the sidewalk was, I don't like the way this is, I don't like, and they just nitpicked it and only getting $32,000. So it's a lot of work and promises made to them that they don't always uphold. But they want you to do everything perfectly.
Well, there's always going to be strings attached to free money, right?
It's easy to do it yourself.
Well, yeah, and so if people have the wherewithal, I mean, from a financial perspective, it probably is a wash, or even better if you go ahead and invest, raise your house out of the floodplain. It then becomes very much more valuable, probably more so than what you put into it. Do it, but who has $250,000, $300,000 laying around to do that at today's prices? So, but that's when you talk about walking away from it. That's what I mean. There's investors calling to buy properties up to do that, and they'll turn them into, they'll put them up the floodplain and they'll sell them for well above what they paid for them and invested in them. Right? It's just, and it gets mitigated. It doesn't do anything for that current residents living in it, however, but it does accomplish the goal. So this is really about how do we help our residents that are here. And Madera Beach, I believe, the mayor there, I listened to an interview on TV, similar type issue. They're not so concerned with the people coming in, and well, that is a concern. They're actually concerned about people coming in and buying these properties that don't live there, investing in there, and the actual residents, long-term residents that kind of make that, and that's John's Pass area, that kind of quaint fisherman feel or whatever, that those houses are being lost because they're substantially damaged, and those residents are having to walk away from them. And so, again, not a lot we can do from a city, but we do have the ability to change this particular restriction, which may help a handful. And then going forward, we try to really put together programs that make sense to help facilitate getting them in the air. I will also bring up, again, I don't know legalities. Veronica had a fantastic point on this, is that we don't want to, it's not necessarily great to take away something and go back, but if we leave it in place and put something in there that we're able to waive it in the event of a national disaster, that was a great point to where we keep the restriction, or maybe even make it longer, 2 or 3 years, but in a disaster like this, we have the option as a council to waive it. Again, then another school of thought on that, a great idea. It kind of plays both sides of the fence, but at the end of the day, if every national disaster comes and we waive it because of that, it's really not serving its purpose anyway. So, it's a tough situation. I don't really know what the right move is here, but I want to do something. And there's just not a lot we can do. When I had the discussion with FEMA, one of the concerns was, well, if you remove the 1 year, you have these continuing permits. So you don't put them all together. You do your flooring, you do your walls, because basically once that permit closes, you're reset to zero. And so if we were to look at removing the 1 year, I would do so with the ability that if it's a disaster, that any permits around that recovery, they all must be coupled together. You can't just piecemeal it together in order to circumvent that.
I have a couple questions.
Sure.
On your table, Matt, class. What does class signify?
That is a connection to the discounts. Correct.
The what? I'm sorry.
The discounts. So the CRS class.
So is the higher the number, the better the discount, or the lower the number, the better?
Lower
the
the
discount?
better.
Okay.
Yeah. So we're at 15,
at 7.
Yeah.
And what's the
it's
highest?
15.
What's the highest number? Goes to 10, or is
And I
7 the
believe,
highest?
Yeah, it's 1 to 10.
Okay. So explain to the people that are listening, because we were talking about CRS, the community rating system. What does the CRS system do for the residents?
So for the resident, they see the benefit for that from the standpoint of a discount on flood insurance. So currently we have a 15% discount on the flood insurance. The next tier, I think, is a 6, goes to 20%, and it goes up. I don't know what the maximum discount is.
It goes in 5% increments.
5% increments?
And what is the max? Is it 50% off? Is that the max discount? You know?
I believe so.
We're
Depends if you're at 1.
Yeah, we're at 15% discount. I think it seemed like I heard the average for Florida is 25%. And I think 50 is the max. Don't quote me on that, but
If we don't follow FEMA suggestions, guidelines, actions, whatever, what is the implications for our residents?
Yeah,
they
so-
lose their discount.
Well, there
No,
is
not just the discount,
There's
but
another.
insurance. Right.
There's another element to that is that if we we're talking points, we're talking just kind of nibbling around, what these numbers really mean. The bigger concern is if we were to be thrown out of the National Flood Insurance Program, because at that point, a couple things happen. One, nobody's going to be buying and selling a house with a mortgage because nobody will be able to get.
You can't get flood insurance.
Yeah, you won't be able to get flood insurance, and no bank will cover it without that.
I will say too, it's possible you could have flood insurance in that situation, but it'd be astronomically high because basically a company would be coming in that's going to charge what they want because you have to have it.
Yeah, and that's true. I mean, from an affordability standpoint, what makes flood insurance affordable is that the federal government is underwriting all the flood insurance. And so at some point, I'm not even sure when the city did it, but at some point, They came in and said, if you want flood insurance, you have to get into this program. It's the what, NPIP, I think. Yeah. And you have to sign off that you are going to do the following things. You have to have a code. And effectively, you have to follow what the CRS is doing, right? Best practice is what it is. And if you follow it, you get more points. And the more points you get, the bigger discount. So you get thrown out of it. You have that situation where flood insurance is very unattainable for most people, very high cost.
If at all.
FEMA assistance.
And that's the second thing, is that FEMA doesn't have to help anybody anymore.
Well, you can't get homeowners period then either in December 2025.
Right.
Right.
And so, I mean, that's again, and there's a couple things that, you know, we have to understand with that. You know, one is this piece of you know, the rules that we put out there, right? And that's what this really is talking about. What are the rules that we're going to have everyone live by? The second piece is actually following the rules that everybody has to live by. And I think that's where, you know, what we're doing today in terms of following a procedure, you know, we haven't done in the past, but we're doing it because we know we have to. And, you know, the people that make those decisions have told us, you really need to be doing that. And there's things that we've learned that we need to do.
Right.
And we're in the process of making sure that we follow those rules.
So by sending out that first letter with the 2 letters to follow, by enforcing this 50% rule, by making people get permits, those are all FEMA requirements. And if we don't do those, then that's when the potential for losing our ability to get flood insurance, et cetera. So those aren't Port Ritchie rules. Those are FEMA guidelines that we're enforcing.
Correct.
And I know we've talked about this, and I'm just making it very clear because some people don't know that. So I want to make sure that's why I asked the questions, because, you know, we all don't know the answers to these questions, and a lot of the residents don't know. So.
And in the meeting with FEMA staff and myself was there. That's of course Matt. They are pursuing certain communities to remove them before this.
And I was going to add that we represent communities that are dealing with that. They have made examples maybe of them. It's real. They are paying attention, and you need to follow your code. If you're not
here again today.
Yeah.
And we were in a meeting with them from 11 to.
FEMA was here today and Florida Department of Emergency Management. This is probably the 3rd meeting we've had with FEMA. So they are active. We were with them from 11 to 4 today and going over our policies, going over our codes, and reviewing what we've been doing. So we're on point with what we're doing. We just have to continue it. So they are aware of it. And they've already made comments maybe in the 6-7 month time frame that we may get audited. So they're going to look at this. And today he can't give me the map, but he was able to show me the map that he received from the insurances. It's very preliminary for our city specifically. And everyone that has a DOT has received some type of financial assistance or insurance claim from it. So now they're going to compare, once all the data is in, then they're going to compare what has been pulled, what we have done, and to what they're saying they're doing. So they are, Matt is correct, they are looking at it.
So with the change you're requesting,
well,
whatever the term, you know, whatever you're suggesting,
Talking about
requesting,
it.
whatever, talked about. What is FEMA's suggestion, or what would from all your discussions on that, what is their take on a suggestion like that? I don't know if everybody has the answer. I don't know, but
So I guess depending on how you look at it, the conversation I've had is, yeah, you can do that. And, you know, the one, she brought the concern up about, well, you know, if you do that, then you can have people stringing along their permits to try to keep under that. That's why whatever we do, I think we somehow need to, if we loosen restriction, we need to somehow rein that in so that you don't leave a loophole. right?
Time out. Because there's a substantial damage form that the city has that has all the areas. They add it all up. That's the amount of damage that you have. The city goes through that effort. She's doing that right now, correct? And by doing that, it lists the electrical, the plumbing, all those specific parts that were
Well,
damaged.
we rely on the applicant to put that down.
Right. In reality, though, let's say we have a flood event, you come in and get your electrical permit, close it out.
Yes,
Come in and
but-
get your drywall permit, close it out.
But they have to get that form done first to ensure that, one, you're below the 50%. Otherwise, they ain't going to give you a permit, period.
Well,
You've got to, and they're not going to come in. You've had damage. You're got a house that's on the ground. You're known to have 4 foot in your house. You're going to have all these things on that list. So if you come in for just an electrical or just a drywall permit, they're going to reject you and make you fill the form out.
Not unless,
I would
well,
think.
not unless they've been identified as potentially.
It's real simple. It's very simple.
Yes, today's event, yes.
Yes.
You know, maybe on a smaller event, no.
Right.
You know, I mean, the Dally, we knew we had 300 homes there, but there's other floodings that happen that, you know, maybe we don't know about.
Right. From a brook pipe.
So, yeah. So another thing I want to point out, and I'm glad Lynn mentioned about the class. So if you look at Dunedin, they have a 0 time period, 50%. So basically, kind of the exact same we're kind of talking about, and they're at a 5.
So what
What are they doing?
how did
right?
they get into a 5 with a 0 time period?
They got other things that are.
Yeah.
Well, so I'm asking what other
Yeah,
things.
there's lots of other things. For instance, and I don't know, we'd have to do line by line. And the thing I struggle with in this whole process is the availability of those numbers. I mean, one would think you can go out and say, if I do this, I get this. If I do this, I get this. But that's very hard. It's almost like you got to submit it, and there's a secret sauce being cooked up at federal headquarters, and they spit out, okay, here's your number. I don't know what goes in. It's not very intuitive for whatever reason, which bothers me. Or maybe we just don't know where to find that or whatever. When I ask the question, can we get this? Oh, yeah, it's on the website. But Matt has extensively looked at the website, and it wasn't that intuitive as far as what you get for what. There's some generalities there. The reality is, and we've talked about this, that Forerunner program that we purchased, that was a huge point bump. CRS point bump. Was it 700 or even above 1,000? I can't remember. It was quite a few.
You acquire, so it houses so much information, so you get so many points from it. But
Or
it
just
doesn't-
having the software you get.
Just having the software and the information on the software is what acquires you those points.
And the more
So
you
there's
use
so
of it, the
many
more points you get.
points that you acquire. And I mean, after all of this, I mean, I can break it down and give you what each class rating gives you percentage wise and points. I mean, we can do that. We can provide that.
We're getting points for having that year in place. If we remove the year, we lose those points when they reevaluate. But if we do other things, like we've bought the Forerunner software, and maybe that's, let's say that the 1 year is 100 points we get for that. We drop it, we lose 100 points, but we're getting 200 for the Forerunner software. Well, we compensated for that, so we don't lose. And I would suggest we don't make any adjustments if it costs us a rating. If we go from a 7 to an 8, I wouldn't suggest that. If we stay in a 7 and it takes us longer to get to a 6, given a situation, that makes sense to me. But going forward, I think we ought to be aggressive on trying to do some things like the additional foot on the freeboard. You get points for that. There's other things we can do to get points. As you can see, as evidence in Dunedin, they are at 0, 50%, and they're at a 5.
Mm-hmm.
That's a couple thousand, I think a couple thousand, tens of thousands of points between those levels or whatever.
So not only that, you have to visit your flood ordinance.
Mhm.
And so that will also have to be revamped because the two have to match. So if you're changing your rating or if you're changing your substantial, you'd have to change your flood ordinance. So that would have to go through Florida Department of Emergency Management and they'd have to review it. So it's not just a simple, let's take this away. It kind of
No,
goes in
correct.
alignment with our flood ordinance.
It's something we can, again, going back to my original statement, there's very little we can do that we can do. There's other things we can do as well, which could help with that. We have the ability to set the rates on, for instance, if you're doing the work yourself. A building official uses a set of numbers when he calculates that, right? The council can actually set what we do that within reason. So we can't come back, again, I asked this question as well. We can't say, okay, we're going to allow it to be free. We're going to allow it to be $1 an hour. You can't do that. But could you make a case for setting it, and I don't know what it is now, but could you set it at minimum wage? I think so, right? And so if we're able to lower the exposure from an individual on doing the work themselves, that can help. I mean, there's very little we can do, but there are some things that we can do to help through this.
So we're one of the highest ones. I mean, there's 4 of them with 7s. I talked about this a little bit when I was on the planning and zoning board, but what has the city just not been active in trying to lower these scores over the years?
They have been.
I mean, is it just something that just slipped by and nobody paid any attention to?
No, they've been working on it. They have been. I mean, I think we were higher. Weren't we higher than a 7? Didn't we? Weren't we like at 8 not long ago?
Several years ago, I don't remember.
I think it's been 15% the entire time I've been here.
I'm
But I
sorry?
mean, I know that
So to get a lower number doesn't really coincide with what the mayor is
talking about here.
Right.
For that- well, for that-
So
No, but I
you
still-
can lose those points, but I understand what he's saying as far as flexing numbers off, right? But higher regulatory standards is something that you would want to keep, not lower, right? And so we're working with GIS, we're working with different acquiring forerunners, going to gain us points, different systems. We were 210 points away from a class 6. So we're trying to get there. But if we start messing with these numbers and start moving them, and then we don't know what the audit is going to bring. In 6 or 7 months, I'm almost guaranteeing we're going to have a FEMA audit. So we don't know what that's going to bring. So when you start moving these numbers around, it could impact us. It could hurt us.
hurt us in what way?
Negative way.
Well, specifically.
Yeah, specifically, if you start relaxing some of these things and moving them, making them more liberal, the potential is it could have a negative impact.
Raise the class.
When you say negative, so let me be clear on the impacts, right? If we was to remove the 1 year, and I'm not saying we do that, right? But if we remove the 1 year, take it to 0,
Right.
right? As long as we're doing what we're supposed to be doing within the parameter of that look back period of 0, the audit is going to show that we're doing the right things.
No,
There's no negative impact. The negative impact is whatever point value we lose by doing that. If we don't do other things to offset that and even more,
Right.
I mean, you can. It's these are parameters to try to get houses in the air, and there might be more effective ways to do that, and probably are besides just the time period, right? I mean, we can take it to 10 years. We can make it an infinite amount of time period. So basically, as soon as you invest 50% of your house, you're done. I mean, we can get people out of their houses as quick as we want, right? But that's what I'm saying. We don't want to do that.
I think you're trying to answer two questions here. One, how do we drive our class down to a better rate,
right,
and spread that out? But by the same token, we don't want to jeopardize people that we don't have to, right? By making it too stringent, right? And from what I see here is we're all over the road here on these numbers. You know, Pinellas County's got a 1 year 49 and a 3 class. You got Dunedin at a 0, 50%, which is similar to us at 50%, but they're two classes higher. What are they doing right? What are we doing wrong?
Right.
How do we compare? How do we change? How do we make changes in the right direction?
And my point is that we can make changes outside of the time period.
What are they? We can't. We
Right.
don't have any information.
Right.
I understand what you're saying, and I would suggest that's something that we should keep on the back burner. And I think we should ask Dunedin, but I don't think now is the time to ask Dunedin what they're doing to get to a class 5, because they're knee deep in alligators too, trying to fix their houses. So they're not going to give us accurate information. But I think that would be a really, really, really good
This is public record.
thing to find out what they're doing to get to a level 5 with a 0 thing.
I can't say that we are actively working. We are trying to establish a PPI committee before the hurricanes came. That will, with the county, that will also gain us points. Pasco County is at a 5. We're in constant communication with what they're doing. We're trying to do more outreach. Stormwater is a big thing. Mapping is another big thing. There's different. Let me give you all of the breakdown of every single activity and everything that every activity entails. And this way you can understand it better. And then I can give you a graph of where we sit and what are the maximum points we can get for that. And maybe that'll give you a little bit more information as to where we're at and where we can gain points and where we're not.
I think we asked for that a while back when Mike was sitting here. We asked, what is the benefit of moving to 45
in 3 years or 4, whatever, 3 years.
Yeah, exactly. And we were supposed to have a follow-up on that. Nothing happens. Nothing. And the point is we're trying to make decisions here, but we're not getting information to do that. So what we'd like to have is an analysis of where we're at today, what you're proposing, things that we can bring to the table so that we can have a change on this and drive it to the right level that we want with the lowest risk, and try to help people understand where we're trying to go with this.
And that's really, that's a follow-up to all this, in my opinion. What we're talking about here is, what do we want to do with what we have now? I mean, because we've got people that are going to potentially lose their, I don't know. We hopefully we'll find out very soon. But could potentially lose their home because they did something 6 months ago, and a dahlia happened 6 months ago, and so there's probably a good portion of those, if they reported and the city kept track of it and all that. Again, I don't know all the data, but let's just say there's a few people in that scenario that had done some work, and now if they try to put it back together, they're above it because they're counting that 6-7 months ago when it permit closed
Well,
out.
can we get that data before we make that decision?
I hope to have it tonight, actually.
And I do want to add that the any thought about, and I'd like to see what Newport Richey did, and I'm going to look that up, not tonight, obviously, but as we move forward. But the documents that this city has signed, if you go backwards, you've attested that you are doing what's in your code right now. If you try to retroactively change that, you're violating that agreement. And there's, from the way I read it, they could just boom, you're a 10.
Yeah.
Done.
And if that's the case, then it's off the table.
Right.
Again,
The way it reads right now, that is the case. I will look at what Newport Richey has done and what their analysis was, and be happy to talk about it more. But based on what I've seen so far, retroactive implication could be quite devastating.
Yeah, I don't know if I would want to take that chance. That's messing
Moving
with a lot of
forward,
people's
yes,
lives.
you can be 0, 1, 2, 3. As you see, there's a lot of decisions, and a lot of different decisions that are made by different cities. So 0 is allowed, but it would be something you would do moving forward, which wouldn't do what you're trying to accomplish, and it still could have obviously the repercussions of your class number.
Well, let me clarify too. When you talk about retroactive, if you're looking at it from a storm or event perspective, it would be retroactive, right? But if you're looking at it from somebody comes in, let's say we enact the change today, they come in with their substantial damage, which we're just starting the process. That would be not retroactive. Again, depending on what they mean by retroactive.
We have to look at the wording of the statute.
The reality is, under the best case, city attorney's going to take time to draft it. We have to send it to the state to review it, get it back, first reading, second reading. We're talking January, under the best of circumstances, that you're going to have it in place. So you're already 4 months down the road.
Yeah. Why don't we have a conversation with Driscoll and
Happy to.
Newport Richey, because like I said, they showed up at an emergency meeting and dropped it from 5 to 2. So, and obviously Timothy Driscoll, competent attorney, I'm quite sure if that was an issue, he might have stopped that as well. Again, I don't know. We need to do due diligence, but my only point here is that if there's something that we can do, let's please try to do something. The last thing I want anybody to go through is to lose their home.
I agree.
And I don't know how to fix that problem because some things aren't fixable. You know, some people have terminal cancer.
Well, I think we indicated that there are other avenues, and from what I've seen, and I've gone and used the Forerunner program, jumped around different properties that pretty much anything west of 19 had some kind of issue. But I see some properties, similar type buildings, and a wide discrepancy in building value. And that's predominantly because somebody held it for 30, 40 years versus somebody that may have recently acquired that building. So there's two numbers there. So it leads me to believe that potentially having an independent appraisal might give you a better value, more current market value of the building, especially if it's some building that's been held for a long number of years, where it hasn't risen with the market and the Pasco website doesn't reflect the value of the building.
I will say this too, because I asked another question, because obviously the city doesn't have the capability to say, okay, property owner here, if you've substantially damaged, we're gonna remove you from the community rating. You're on your own at this point. That's not something the city can do. However, if a property owner finds himself in that way, they can, and the city continues to pursue that, they can take it to court. And at the very end of it, there's an ability for them to be taken out of that where it doesn't hurt the city. There's an option there. It's very obviously, we've got to fine and do all the different things that the city does, follow our processes. At the end of the day, if they get a favorable outcome at the very end of that litigation, they can be removed from the flood grouping that we're in, and that property is specific property would be tagged going forward as in its own little island, if you will. But that's, these are things that the property owner has to make a decision on what they're going to do. So unfortunately, there's nothing we can do from the city. Say, okay, well, if you want to do it, we'll just take you out. We don't have that ability.
So there is a stipulation to that. It's Article 1316. It's a removal of a structure out of the NFIP. So I asked that question today during our meeting. What if a homeowner decides that they don't want to elevate, or they decide that they're not going to tear their home down and they're substantially damaged? So our course of action would be to take them to court and put a citation, right? And go to court and either let a judge make that decision and remove them, or they go to what we call a 1316, and this is brand new. I wasn't aware of this, but it's a removal of a structure out of the NFIP that can be done, but it's not something that FEMA encourages, but they've had that happen in municipalities in the
But
past.
my understanding is, when I asked that question, the city couldn't do that determination. That has to go through
Well,
court.
if the city finds the home to be substantially damaged, then we move forward.
We move forward with
that,
right
of course.
what we do to get it in the air. We don't, we don't allow them to fix it and all the things that happen with that. It's on the onus of the property owner to basically fight that. And then at the end of the proceedings, court makes that decision to allow them to go to that classification. We can't just pick and choose. Okay, well, you don't want to do it. Would you say 1316? We don't grant the 1316 and move them out. That has to be done judiciously. My understanding. Do you know anything about that?
That sounds right. That sounds like how a process like that would work. Because we come in and say, this is what we think. A homeowner should have the right and the due process to say, I disagree with you, and have that conversation. So that would make sense.
On the same topic, and I was made aware of a situation today. When we go out, I mean, the process going forward, what we're doing is obviously if people let us in the home, we can do an inspection and kind of help them get to whatever that value is. That's the ideal situation. They reach out, hey, my home was flooded. What do I need to do to get this put back together? We come out, look at it, and help them make that determination. And hopefully before they start seeking money in it, we have to red tag them, enforce them in here, whatever. There's a lot of, in that valuation process, that's kind of up to the building official, right? And he uses a set of tools or whatever. And I think we have ability to, like I talked about the values and stuff. I think there's some stuff we can put in place that the building official uses to make that determination. But there was this particular information, which you'll hear from the resident here shortly. I think she was told that $65,000 to take her property up, and that's above the 50%. And so, but she has another set of numbers, and so I don't really know how the process worked. My understanding is that if a person comes in, they've hired contractors, they've had material costs and all things to bring their property back up to minimum standards, right?
Minimum standard.
If they have it's the onus is on them to prove to the city that the city's $65,000 estimate is actually not right, because here's my estimate at $15,000, and that is under the amount. And I don't know those communications, how those work out in the end or whatever. And that probably, if there's a difference of opinion, that probably goes to court, goes through that whole process or whatever. And that, again, I would hate to have to push residents to that length to be able to do that. And I don't know. I mean, obviously, we're constricted by FEMA on what we have to do, but I would think that if we have something within reason submitting to us to bring that property back, and it's below the 50%, even though ours shows, I think that should be enough to allow them to proceed, but I don't know. Like I said, I've asked the question. That's my understanding. Because one thing to keep in mind, the things that you replace, and I use a countertop example. Say you need new countertops to bring it back to livable, right? You can put builder grade, which is X dollars, or you could put Italian marble you import from, but that raises, you basically putting all your money in that countertop, and that gets you to the 50% faster. So you can, depending on what you do to rebuild your property, if you take that as the opportunity to really upgrade your home into these really fine things, all you're doing is adding more dollars towards that 50% to get you to the point you can't do it. But now on the same side, if you do less, you can probably stay under that by not putting the nicest fixtures in. You just put the building grade stuff in there. So I mean, there's a lot of things can be done. Again,
well, I think the caveat to this is that because we have probably a lot of experience over the last few weeks where people come in and say it's $4,000 to do this work.
Uh-huh.
And then we remind them that we're probably going to get that information from FEMA in terms of what they got for flood insurance. Then all of a sudden it's $40,000 worth of work. Right.
Right. And so
that's a true case.
And there also, in the case of that, where there is an insurance settlement, maybe not so much FEMA, but probably insurance, I would imagine they come in and they write all that stuff up and they come with this exorbitant number. While they could probably spend all that to get it to there, there's probably the ability to not put finest stuff in there. Again, put those numbers on. I think there's ways to do things cheaper than what the insurance and people pocketing money happens all the time.
But my point, though, is this, is that we know that we are going to be audited. And so if we come in to that audit with FEMA and they have, all of our permits 30, 40, 50% below the numbers that they would expect those to be, we're going to fill that audit. So it's not a matter of, we're going to do a good thing for this resident, because in doing a good thing for that resident, we're going to lose our ability to have flood insurance in the city. So it has to be reasonable. That's what they've said every time we've talked to them about this issue, is you just expect it to be reasonable. But, 30 to 40, 50% below what we would expect is not reasonable.
No, there's definitely, if it's a big gap like that, I agree.
Right. And so, earlier you said, somebody can go buy a stove for $100. Well, they're not going to look at that and say that's a reasonable replacement for that.
Well, it's again, they may not. My argument there is that absolutely is reasonable. I can go on Facebook now and buy all kind of $100 stoves, and I should be able to do that.
But you're not the one that's going to take away our ability to have flood insurance.
Your opinion doesn't matter. It's FEMA's
Right.
now.
Well, no, I get that, but these are quite. This is not world according to me. Obviously, I'm just making points here that what can we do as a city that provides a little wiggle room for people that are close to that?
Well, but I think, and I guess, I disagree with where you're starting from, that we're not doing that already. 'Cause I think we are doing that. I mean, I think our staff is not looking at saying, you're $5 low here, right? You need to increase it by $5. They're not doing that. And again, I think whether it's Veronica or whether it's Tony in just the short term time that Tony's been here, they're not here to do that. I mean, they're not doing that. But again, if you come in with $4,000 worth of work in a house that you've taken all the, everything out, because we picked it up, so we already have a good understanding of what you've done, and you come in and it's $4,000 permit, you're not being honest. And if we just close our eyes and say whatever, we have, at the end of all of this, we're going to be facing FEMA, and they're going to say, why did you allow them to do this when, again, just as a check and balance, this particular property owner got $60,000 from FEMA for their insurance. So we know that there's probably a lot of work, and you allowed a permit for $4,000. And again, I don't know how in the end they came up with 40. I think, I'm guessing they probably had their receipts and they show this is what it is. But again, it's in the end not going to be up to us at all. It's going to be up to FEMA what they think's reasonable. We just have to have a compelling case. And if we go in with a bunch of $4,000 permits, we're not going to have a compelling case. And I think that's what we're trying to do, is not say, oh, you had marble countertops and you're lowering it down to this. So, we're not doing that. There's no evidence of that yet. I have not heard that we're requiring people to increase their value because they're stepping up or stepping down. We're just trying to be reasonable. What's the rate that we're charging, or we tell people that for their own labor?
It's low. It's $67 and change
For labor?
for labor.
Personal labor?
Yeah.
Per hour?
Minimum wage.
I'm sorry. I thought
Minimum
you were
wage.
square foot.
Yeah, no.
I'm sorry.
No,
I
yeah.
misunderstood.
Hourly.
It's sorry. Per FEMA, it's $33.16 an hour.
The 67 you referenced that's what
So
they
that was per
volunteer
the
label.
square- That
labor.
was per the square foot.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Well, I thought they did say in that meeting, though, that there was some number that they charged for
There's
volunteer
no-
labor
So
was.
in today's meeting, we found the form on the ICC. The building official has been using the utility codes at $67 and change. For a residential home is $172. That's brand new, right? Minus 20% for repair.
Yeah.
So 100 and, so the difference, he's been using the $67 per square foot when we know that that's probably a little bit below. So we're trying to get people to be able to fix their homes to get back in while staying in compliance.
Right.
I was told minimum wage when I pulled my permit. If I did work myself, I have to pay myself minimum
Well,
wage.
see, this says $33. That's what we're using, right?
That's what FEMA told us.
That's not what I was told here when I pulled my permit.
Yeah, I think I heard that as well, that we're telling you it's minimum. It's like 11, 12 bucks. an
Right.
hour.
Yeah, but whose minimum
$12
wage is,
When we
whose
first-
minimum wage?
Hold on. Go ahead, Ron.
So when we were first started, it was minimum wage. It was $12, $12 to $13 an hour. And then FEMA informed us and says that is way too low. We go with the medium of $33.16 or 61 cents. That's what they told us in our meeting.
Even so,
That's a $60,000 salary.
I have to disagree with evaluation. Evaluation include furniture?
No.
Okay. Appliances?
Only certain ones.
Certain ones. Okay.
Refrigerator, stove, microwave, and
Yeah, and I know
dishwasher.
insurance in FEMA looks at like a television. They give you $200. A range, they give you like $300. They just want just a basic bare minimum. So that's what the evaluation should be then. And for you to have water in your house, you can put your house back together for anywhere from $3,000 to probably $12,000 if you do it yourself under a homeowner's permit. Some contractors may charge more, maybe a little bit more in some houses, but how much it's going to cost to put that house back together, it could be very low. 30 sheets of drywall, 5/8 is $450.
Yeah, that's my fear here is that it left undiscussed, right, with these certain rules. There's inflation going on. I mean, just use 33 hours an hour, for example, something I can do myself for free. I mean, I totally disagree with that. Again, we're not going to change FEMA here, and that's not my goal. And I would have a hard time, and I would be quite honest. I think if that came to court, that if we were saying that the person doing himself, paying himself minimum wage, I think FEMA would have a hard time coming across saying that that's not reasonable, because that's what minimum wage is. It's a reasonable wage.
I wouldn't want to have that fight.
Well, I wouldn't either, but
Because you're dealing with an entity that asks you to dot the T's and cross, or dot the I's and cross the T's. Yeah, they don't know how to spell. So this is the problem I have. They're being very specific about stuff that they're not specific on. They want to lowball stuff, but they want you to highball stuff, and I think we need to be reasonable with them, just like they're reasonable with us. And that's reasonable.
Yeah, and I've had and I'm going to continue to have conversations with our legislatures to get in front of FEMA to hopefully enact something. We're not going to do it here. We've got to play the hand we're dealt, right? So going back, we have very little that we can do in this. I just want to have a discussion, see if there's something that we could do that would, maybe make a small difference.
Well, we need to be proactive with our homeowners. I've talked to a few people, and I've heard drywall contractors getting anywhere from $100 a board to $250 a board. So why is that?
That's ridiculous.
It is, but they're opportunistic and they're getting hired.
That's a good point you bring up. And Dave, I think you had an issue. Somebody paid how much to have their drywall?
I had a friend of mine pay $14,000 to have his drywall removed.
So let's just
only at the 2 foot up.
Yeah, so let's use that as an example. There's obviously price gouge stuff goes on. So that $14,000 goes in his calculation because it's spent money, right? And realistically, he could have had it done for $2,000. So there's a $12,000 delta just in hurry up and get mine done. I know my neighbor across the street, he wanted to get it done fast. He paid $6,000 to have it mitigated, because he wasn't there, right? So there's a lot of it's a case by case thing. It's very difficult to.
But we should be reasonable when we're talking to FEMA.
Yeah. But I guess if the money's this is $14,000 to say, I don't know what FEMA's calculation would be to abate the drywall.
Well, it's that and dry it out. So there's actually two pieces that equate.
Right.
So just to give you some perspective, I had asked earlier, Veronica,
okay,
that asked how many hurricane permits have been issued, and right now issued is 35. There's 30 pending. Right. I asked her what the job cost value of those hurricane issued permits. So I'm assuming that's the 35, right? So that total is $484,000 and some change. That comes out to an average of $13,800 per job.
Seems like.
Well, I mean, based on what was said earlier, I mean that's what kind of what is in that range of to be expected.
On average, and these are smaller homes, true. I was thinking 25 to 40 on a smaller home, or 1,000 square foot home, right?
So I mean, I guess that's why I'm drawing my conclusion that we're probably not out there inflating numbers and trying to work with people just based upon that, because I would have expected that to be a higher number as well. I mean, again, what we were hearing from FEMA is we would be expecting higher numbers than that.
So, real quick,
I was just going to say, can we? We're beating a dead horse. Can we just move on?
Yeah, no. The only thing I was going to add is a public comment, obviously, and I wanted to have Christine come. She's been here waiting, so we hear from her and then we can move on.
Yeah, absolutely.
Christine Sullivan, 7808 Weber Lane.
That mic, if you could just kind of.
Christine Sullivan, 7808 Weber Lane. Am I in a time restriction?
You got 3 minutes.
Okay, I have a 750 square foot cottage on the Cody River with no flooding history ever that any of the neighbors know about. I have no permits in the look back period. The building inspector came into my home today, stood in my kitchen, which small, looked around, stood in the doorway of a bedroom, stood in the doorway of another bedroom, did not turn on a light, go into the bathroom at all, did not go in the backyard, did not go in the side yard, did not look at the front yard or anything. I mean, he just came right in the house. He himself said the floors looked good, felt good. He asked me if there were any foundation issues that I noticed. I said there were not. He said it felt good to him. And then he put his thing down on the table and he said, here's where we stand. We're at $65,000. I have a 750 square foot home. We're at $65,000. He said that includes labor, that includes your appliances, that includes building this house up from the floor up to 4 feet. Well, I only had 1 foot of water in my home. I have water lines to prove that. He didn't ask to see the water lines. I kept them to prove that. So I have one foot. It was a simple tear out process. My son lives with me. We had it torn out in a day. I also tore out 2 sheds worth of things, like all of the storage cabinets that were in the sheds and everything. So if you're looking at pictures on the road of that, you're looking at items that were not just in the house. I had 2 sheds that everything was just on the floor. That's just the way how everything was left, and I just took it all to the road. My countertops are fine. More than half of my cabinets are fine. My bathroom is so tiny, it can't even take cabinets. There are no cabinets. They're little cube things, because my kitchen is 8 by 8. 8 by 7 is the size of my kitchen. So how this amounts to 65,000 when FEMA said it was 10,000, that's what I got from FEMA. My house cost me $60,000. 4 years ago in a distress sale type situation, because it was a horrible area and it had been a rental, and the very wealthy woman who was selling it just wanted some cash. And so I got a good cash deal. I don't see why I should have to have my property taxes go up for a property appraisal that's going to come in probably high enough to cover this, but it's going to cost me forever and ever. $65,000 is absolutely unreasonable. I brought pictures with me if anybody would like to see. My electricity is already way high up the wall. No way it went underwater. There's just nothing. There's just nothing. He said my floors felt good himself. FEMA told me my floors didn't need to be replaced. So it was an in-out flood. It happened fast. I lost drywall, personal possessions. I don't know what to tell you.
Thanks, Christine. So that's a real story. Now, what the data is behind it, what the conversation, staff, that's her side. Obviously, Billy Official may have his own story, whatever. But I bring this out that there's people in the circumstance, and whatever we're doing to make those calculations or whatever, again, that's a big delta, 65 to 10. That's what FEMA gave her. Again, I don't know. We need to look into that. And
Keep in mind that FEMA does not do substantial damage assessments.
Right.
Just so you're
I
aware.
can't let you talk anymore, Christine.
Can I please? So
I can't. Sorry. I apologize. So, but we need to be cognizant of these issues to make sure that the residents are getting a fair shake. Again, if a fair shake is we've got this set of numbers that are so rigid that we have to follow, well, then that's unfortunately that's what we have to do. I find it hard to believe that we would have deltas like that, but I guess it's possible. So I implore the staff to kind of use that as a case study and see where we're at, and then maybe bring recommendation back to council on what we can do. I need staff to think about this, and obviously you guys, this is your job. You aren't elected. We're all elected up here. The people elect us to watch the back, right? The staff works for the people, and we have guidelines we have to follow. And like I said, there's very little we can do here. So I just implore staff to obviously be cognizant of what we need to do from a FEMA standpoint. And if there's anything that we can do from a legislative standpoint that we can help this, please bring that to us. And maybe there's nothing, but I had to ask the question.
I want to say that the evidence, I think staff is doing that.
Okay.
Again, I don't know anything about this particular situation. We'll look into it and find out what it is, and I definitely will bring it back, at least the side that the building official has with this. But again, I think, especially, what is getting me kind of torn up here is the thought that our staff isn't already thinking that and already doing that 100% all the time. There is no one, because I have, in my office, I have the conversations with our staff that have to go out and tell people this stuff. She does not like it. I have to keep reminding her we have to do our job.
Yeah.
And it's on a daily basis that she has to confront people. She's the front. I get out because I'm not there. She has to go out and she's the one that tells them.
Yeah.
And to think that Veronica or Tony or any one of our other staff in the building department's not doing everything they can to try to make it so our residents can stay in their houses, I think that's a false narrative that the only people that are saying that are the ones that are bringing in a permit for $4,000 when they've done $40,000 worth of work. Because those are the people I talk to, and every time I go and look, that's what I find. And so I don't think it's fair to say that they should be doing it, because they are doing it. They're doing it on a daily basis.
Let me please, public comments over. Sorry. So let me be clear here. That was in no way saying that staff is not doing that. Believe me, I would not want to be in that position to go and confront those people to tell them that they've exceeded their 50%. I know, and please hear me, I know everybody on staff is doing best they can. So I think you misunderstood. What I'm trying to say is you guys have to work within a set of guidelines that this council puts into place via FEMA and all that, right? So and all I'm saying is if there's something there that's constraining you, let us know so we can unconstrain it. That's all I'm saying. If it's a year, if half of these people, I think we had 800, is it right, 800 homes that were flooded, I think. So if 400 of those are going to lose their home because of this year, that's a constraint. No fault of you guys. As you said, you're just doing your job. But if that's something that council can look at and potentially change legally and do that, and we can prevent, maybe turn that 400 into only 100 lose their homes, by all means, let's entertain it. That's all this is. This is not an exercise of saying staff's not doing their job. I know you guys are working hard. I know. Believe me, I really appreciate everything you guys do. So don't take that the wrong way.
There's a process we have to follow.
I get that.
And again, we started out with somewhere between we started out with what we thought were 1,100 homes. It came down to 700 to 800 that we believe were impacted based upon what FEMA thinks possibly substantially damaged. Mm-hmm. We have that down, I think, down to 250 approximately.
Between 2 and 250. That's just an approximate
Yeah.
of what we're thinking is substantially damaged.
It's in that universe of
So it's within
potentially substantially damaged. And so that's the next set of letters going out,
Right.
is we think you're in this. And that number is going to come down again. And that's when we start getting into the very specifics of, okay, what is it that you are spending to redo that? When all is said and done, we're probably going to be in the 100-ish range, is my guess. But again, we have to work through the process, because if we don't, again, we have FEMA sitting there telling us why did we do that? And they're not going to care that, we're trying to look out for our residents. They're just not.
I completely understand.
We have to work through this. And again, I understand where we'd like to be, everyone would love to have all the answers right up front. But again, we have a calculation of, we have X number of bodies. We have, at 250, 200, say low end 200, we have really one person, that's the building official, is going to make that determination. And so that's why we're trying to get those resources from the state so we can, multiply it out so we can get through those 2 to 250 to get it down to hopefully a lot lower. Maybe it's going to be less than 100, but we just have to go through these processes. And I know people are upset. They want to get back in their house. We know it. I mean, there's nothing worse in my mind than an empty house, right? From a lot of different perspectives, public safety, from values. I mean, that's the worst thing. So we are working to try to do that, but we can only go so far. We can only go so fast. And we wish we could get more answers out, but it's just taking us time to do that.
No, I totally agree. This conversation was not meant to chastise staff at all. If there's anything that you guys see, because you guys are in the trenches, you guys are dealing with it, you might see, hey, well, this might be something. I mean, just like Veronica had a good idea on adding the waiver for the thing. Again, I don't know if we can do that, but anything that we can do to help bring those numbers down, that's our job up here, is to give you the tools in order to be able to effectively do that. So,
Well, was the $65,000 assessment, was that itemized, or was there any?
Let look at it. Like I said,
I have no idea.
there's an example to use, but there may be something there that
Should be.
light bulb come on and say, well,
Should be itemized why.
so like Linda said, it's kind of beating a dead horse, but I appreciate it's important. I think we owe the public this conversation, and so that's why I spent so much time on it. So
Don't forget, a lot of those people are our residents, are also our employees, and a lot of our employees also lost everything. So
absolutely,
this is
even if they don't live in the city, they
absolutely. We've got police and fire, and I'm sure other clerical people that have also lost everything, and so we're trying to help everybody.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, I hope that as little as possible lose their homes, because that's the last thing. But inevitably, it's going to happen. So if there's anything we can do to help as a council, please get it to us. Next up, item number 9, board and committee fiscal year 24-25 membership renewals. I'll pass it to Mr. Copper.
Renewal of all board and committee members for fiscal year 24-25 is for city council approval. Each member has submitted the proper renewal form and is interested in serving on the board and committee for the following year.
Motion to approve the board and committee member list.
Second.
A motion second. The first discussion. Anyone public got comment? Before we vote, I just want to say one thing. I want to point out that it's very important that we have board and committee members to help serve the city. And I want to personally extend a thank you for each and every one of the folks that actually put in to have their membership renewed. And I encourage other people to get involved. We need your help. It takes an army to run the city, but I want to personally thank each and every one of you guys for being a part of our city. So with that, I'll put the vote. All in favor, signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Next up, item number 10, City Centennial Event List. I'll pass it to Ms. Copper for introduction.
So, I'm going to turn it back over to you.
Okay. Okay. So I'll introduce it. So basically what you see in the packet on page 194 is a list of events that the Centennial Committee has come up with. And what we're looking for is this council to opine on that. And if you see anything that you don't like, if you'd like taken out, or if you see something that's not in here you think we should add, this is kind of what we've come up with. We've had extensive time put in workshops, and we typically put these dates to it. I will say that these are obviously subject to change. We just tried to lay out a timeline that kind of made sense. And what you will kind of see if you look at this is it's 100 days of events for the Centennial, starting in February. And about every 2 weeks, we're having something kind of scheduled. And that's what you see on the left there. I will bring up one thing I'm still working on to get dates is in March, the Golf Scramble, Taste of Port Richey, Pub Crawl, Wine Stroll. That Saturday, March 22nd, that is actually spring break week here. And so, I don't think it may impact the other one. The Golf Scramble, it kind of impacts because Ryan Burke he actually does a golf scramble for his business, and he's willing to take that on, sponsor that event. But he's going to be out of town obviously for that, and he's actually looking at getting dates from Innisbrook to try to get options. That would probably be on a Monday sometime. It's kind of when the best time to have golf scrambles are. So that obviously these dates subject to change, but if we could at least on the concept of the time frame every couple of weeks having something and these list of events, if we could get a motion to approve that, or like I said, and if we want to add any or whatever, by all means, I can take that back to committee to have it added.
Motion to accept the list of events for the 100 Day City Centennial Celebration.
Second.
A motion second. Any further discussion?
Yeah, are you going to try to fundraise with each of these events as well?
Yeah, so the goal is, that's why we want to get this list adopted, because also with the logo, once that's solidified, actually, I think if we sent out sponsorship packets yet, Sal? We done through sponsorship packets?
Yeah, we've got the package.
Have we sent them out to anybody or whatever?
No, we're waiting for the
Okay.
event list.
Right. Okay, so basically, we're going to send out the sponsorship packets to solicit funding with this list of events, and so you can sponsor multiple ones. You could be the sole sponsor of one. It just lets in the sponsor packet lets folks know what we're going to be doing, and it gives them an opportunity to tag along on some of
Right,
these.
but essentially anybody that's going to participate has got to pay some kind of fee as well.
Okay.
And you're going to have, like you got a mayor's ball, you're going to have a rent a facility somewhere. I mean, things are going to cost more.
Yeah. One second.
Just before you vote, I wanted to bring up one of the questions that came from the Centennial Committee about subcommittees.
Oh yes, I was going to bring it up anyway. Outside of this,
Well, I don't know, do we have another avenue for that?
old business.
Okay. There's only one.
Yeah. So I'll get to that in a minute. So the event list, going back to Dave. So some of these things would be self-supported through
Entry fee.
Entry fees, right?
Yeah.
Fishing tournament.
Yeah.
Obviously the city, depending on the event, the city will have varying costs. Some no cost at all, and all be driven based on those entry fees, and it'd be self-sustaining and even self-run. And so, if you look at some of the events, obviously the Mayor's Ball, that would be a ticketed event as well.
Right.
I've actually asked. We originally wanted to do this obviously somewhere in the city. We don't really have a facility for that. Newport Richey just had theirs at the Spartan Manor. Okay, great facility. And so I believe Caroline on our committee is going to reach out. I gave her the contact information for Spartan Manor. I think for that event, I believe they sponsored it. They took care of it, all that. I don't know what the arrangement was or whatever, but that venue may sponsor us. We're reaching out to them to see at what level that would be. But obviously we'd sell tickets and whatnot. So there's very few things on here other than like the fireworks celebration and the concert the city would probably put on. Everything else would probably be minimal as far as staff time, police, fire, whatever, and coordination.
Well, some of these things I think, like pub crawl and wine stroll. I mean, we don't have many restaurants to crawl through.
Right.
And then, this car show, where would that be?
I believe we were looking at potentially the mall parking lot for some of that stuff.
Okay.
Waterfront Park would be an option as well,
Yeah.
depending on
I
what we
heard,
get for
that they didn't allow that in the past, but maybe that's changed. Okay. So
So I had a motion to have a second.
in a second.
Okay. Any other first discussion on events? Anyone public got comment?
Good list.
No, thank you. Come back for a vote. All in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Next up is the old business, and I'll start with old business along the same line as Centennial. So we had a question because obviously with all these events or whatever, our committee is 9, I think. We had the question of, well, for now we've established events, so let's say the fishing tournament event. We need probably a group of folks to kind of run with that and plan it, what have you. But we don't by resolution have the ability to create ad hoc committees. I guess there's a the question of whether that's actually a committee or not. I asked the question of Newport Richey how they did theirs, and they created a Centennial Committee, and then the Centennial Committee basically they kind of established their little working planning groups, if you would, to go forth on different things, and they solicited people to be part of those. Again, I don't know law-wise if we need to allow the Centennial Committee to put that together, or if we want to keep that at council. The council, they make a suggestion to come back. Again, what I don't want to do is get to the point where we got a lot of red tape to get through to get these things accomplished. So
it depends on how you do it. If you want to create, what you're trying to avoid is creating some sort of committee that should be meeting in the sunshine that's not.
Right.
So you can have, if let's say, I'll use the golf tournament because you mentioned that Mr. Burke wants to help with. If he's not on the committee, but the committee says, Mr. Burke, take it. He can go. He can do whatever he's going to do, come back and report back to you. Now, if you want it to be Mr. Burke and two other gentlemen or two other people to meet and talk about it, they can only do such an activity as fact-finding only. They can't make any decisions. They would have to just go to all the different golf courses and get the here's when they're available, here's how much it's going to cost, bring everything back to the committee, and then the decision can be made then. They can't make any eliminations. They can't make any determinations. Because once they make that, they're no longer fact-finding. They're now becoming advisory. And once you're advisory, you're in the need to be in the sunshine.
So when you say committee, you're talking about come back to the Centennial Committee
Yes,
for
the Centennial Committee.
It would have to come back to council.
Ultimately, yes. Like, your first step would be the Centennial Committee is interested in this golf thing. Mr. Burke's going to go figure it out on his own. He'll come back to the Centennial Committee, report, and you'll ultimately come back to council. That would be one plan, right? If you want Mr. Burke to have people help him, that's where you have to be careful about what they're doing. And if they're fact-finding only, they can come back to the Centennial Committee and say, here's the 3 golf courses we spoke to, here's the information they have. The Centennial Committee in the sunshine makes a decision.
So,
and then you bring back for council.
To simplify that, if we can. So if as council just approved a golf scramble, right, and so through our solicitation, Brian Burke says, "Yep, I'm going to sponsor the Centennial Committee." He goes forth and he puts on. Sorry, that's good. He puts the golf scramble. He goes out and he reaches out to Linda, and because Linda's an avid golfer and damn good golfer, I've heard.
Very good. I've got 14 hole in one.
And so she helps or whatever. Is there really that level of oversight that becomes a committee at that point because she's a resident and she's going out helping plan that event that's already sanctioned, approved by council that we're going to have it? Do we need to get into the nuts and bolts of that?
That would be that's the decision you have to make is who you're tasking with what and how much responsibility you're giving them. Are you asking Mr. Burke to go do it and on his own figure it out and bring it back to you? He's obviously going to call people. He's going to ask. He's going to call the different locations to find out information. But once you get more than one person making a determination, you may run into a sunshine issue. That's the problem you're going to have. You're going to have someone do it because you have to have the information, right? So someone's going to have to be tasked, whether it's the Centennial Committee saying, member on the committee, you go figure this stuff out and bring us the information. Or if someone's volunteering to do it, they go get that information and bring it back to you. That's, one person. But once you combine more than one person, you're getting into a committee issue.
It's an easy rezone to C3. So.
He doesn't like that answer.
I know. I know that look.
Choice B. Do choice B. He's not liking choice A.
That you can do whatever you want. That is my thought process.
You have a question? Save world hunger.
Based on the information that we received from Newport, the Centennial Committee had their advisory committees, but they would go out, plan, but report back to the Centennial Committee.
Which is okay if they're bringing all their facts back. And I'm not saying you can't do that. Just don't let them make the decision. So you could make a committee, like I was saying, let's say keep using Mr. Burke. That one, okay. You have Mr. Burke and 2 other people are going to help him. They can go get all the information about these 3 golf courses and the availability and the cost and whatever the deals are, but they don't get to make the decision. They bring it back to you. And then in the sunshine, that information is provided, which is what their advisory committees, I assumed it.
Yeah, they would
And then you
report
guys,
back during their meeting.
but they don't come back and say, here's the contract, sign it. That's the committee's decision in the sunshine.
Okay,
the
so-
Centennial Committee's decision in the sunshine.
So do we have the ability at current resolution to,
Your current resolution is silent, 100%. Doesn't say you can't. Doesn't say you can't.
So-
I don't think. I mean, I don't think it's a huge.
so
issue.
basically what we can say when the sponsors take an event or whatever, they come back, they plan the event or whatever, they bring it back, and Centennial Committee would then basically approve that, and then they enact it.
Right.
And there's no sunshine law, no
As
committee
long as you
problem.
don't have a committee out there making a decision that no one else gets to hear, and then they just bring it to you.
Right. So as long as they come back to
Bring the
Centennial
facts
Committee
back
and
to you.
we talk about it. And,
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
What I didn't want to do is obviously come back to us, and we have to recommend to council and we do it. And council says okay. And it's all this red tape.
Yeah.
Just plan it.
Well, that's what we do to make your life more interesting.
And obviously, the Centennial Committee, I guess if there was significant or even somewhat minor cost involved, we let Matt make the determination whether we need to bring it to council. So, because obviously, when we talk about these events or whatever, there is a committing of city resources. So, they will. And we'll cross that when we come. I guess is.
Yes.
That's all the old business I had. Anybody else?
US 19 Grand Boulevard.
Is this quick? Can you talk fast?
No such thing as quick.
So are we going to have a dunk tank at the Centennial party? Are you going to be in?
There is a dunk tank.
Can we ask that next time, please? Sorry.
Yeah, I can mention you that.
I'm thinking out loud. I'm
Go
sorry.
ahead, Grand 19.
So, was involved in a conversation regarding the funding for the US 19, actually a couple different conversations. So first conversation had was with the county engineer, and he had brought forward a couple different options for the city to pursue to get potentially 50% funding for that. One is through the state. There's a program. I don't remember all the details of it, but we could apply to that. The time frame is coming up pretty quickly, I think, that we need to get it in, and we could possibly get, like I said, 50% of 300-ish thousand that we estimate that would be. So we would share 150, they would share 150. And understand, I think that number was a little bit inflated because it was a small project. So depending upon when it got bid out, that number hopefully comes down. The second option with that is if we can't get funding for that, he had indicated that there is money set aside for the county to do kind of these enhancement programs. But again, it's a match, 50%. It was something that if we apply to the state, we don't get that, he'd be willing to take up and work with the county commission to get that funded as well. And I think without getting into the weeds, it has something to do with the money that they've set aside for the trail system that they might be able to utilize. The other conversation was had with the MPO executive director, Tania Gorman. And the mayor was on that call as well. So I won't speak for him and his thoughts on this. But effectively, we're at the point where we can submit now to get that in a funding cycle. The downside, which would be 100%. The downside to that is we probably wouldn't be able to start construction until sometime in fiscal year 26. So latter half of 25 is probably when funds could be committed. And so if we go that route, 100%, but we're probably looking sometime late 25, early 26 to get that project done. And so kind of looking for some direction in terms of what your thoughts are. Do you want to do it sooner or later?
It sounds like we ought to put in for the grant no matter what, because we might not get it anyway.
Well, so thank you.
Why wouldn't you do that?
Thank you a lot for bringing that up. It slipped my mind. definitely need to have a conversation. So as he stated, we can do it now and only pay half of it and get it done. Okay, potentially.
But what does now mean? How long does it take if we do it now? Pull the trigger today. You're still talking probably 8, 9, 10 months.
No.
Yeah, it'd be late next year.
Really?
Yeah,
With the 50%?
Yeah, because again, you have to apply through the state.
Get award.
Oh, this. I thought you said it was Pasco funding it.
No, that's if we don't get the funding from the state. So option one is we go through the District 7. Again, I can't remember what it's, some program has county in it. I don't remember exactly, but that's District 7. And so we get lined up. If we got it, we're probably not doing anything until, mid to late next year.
And that grant is 50%?
50%.
And if they say no,
if they say no, then the county
will go ahead.
You would then put that forward to the county commission to get county resources to do 50%. So again, we may not know from the state until March of next year. So I mean, it kind of layers out that under the best of circumstances, in those 3 funding options, the earliest is probably going to be mid to late next year.
Okay, so that being said, makes it.
So the timeline on all of these things are about the same.
Yeah, I mean, I think the earliest one is you say, go do it. Let's use the money that we got, get it done. That's the soonest, right?
That's us paying for it 100%.
100%. We just do it.
We could do that in 3 months, 6 months.
I would say we'd be in construction within 6 months. Yeah.
In construction, so it wouldn't be complete till maybe 9 months.
Yeah, it's probably 180 day, I think.
It
would be, but
Things move slow in the government.
Sounds to me like under all those scenarios, I'd go for the 100% time frames of all about the
So
same.
so here's the MPO side of it. And I got a meeting this Thursday. It's number 6 on their unfunded list, right? So the process is we want to seek that. When that comes before the board for prioritization of funding, that would happen, I guess, early next year. Okay, and then it would potentially be funded.
Next year or next fiscal year?
And you're looking out, I think, a year.
yeah, it's
So that's
fiscal year 26. So it wouldn't be committed until October 1st.
right. And then after that, then it's funded, and then it can start to go through the other phases. So they're going to cover 100% of it. And again, it's number 6 on priority list, so they're willing to do it. My thoughts around this is, at the time when Gill Dogs was open and all that, the crossing was much more important, right? Now that stuff is closed and this development is being looked at or whatever, that's going to take some time too. So maybe it makes sense, especially if we're kind of going by the state, we don't get that, you lose time there. We don't pursue the MPO, and we do that, and then something changes at Pasco, and Pasco changes their mind or whatever. Maybe it's because it sounds like we're going to be around the same time, maybe a little earlier if the 50% works out. But maybe we go all in for the 100% of the MPO. It's not going to be much longer, and we engage them early, and we put forth that. And I think timeliness, we'll probably find out more about potential development and all that, and we don't spend any money, and we can commit those ARPA funds to more road paving or some other thing in the city we need to do. To me, that sounds like a better approach, and we use that money for something else, and we'll know we'll get it done. It's going to take a little longer than we'd like. I don't know that it's as pressing as it was. Again, I don't know. I know for me, I did my golf cart so I can cross anywhere, so I'm not bound by it, but other people are. You probably the example. Is yours?
No, I have a light plate on my tip. I could throw a monkey wrench into this. That we were at the meeting last week, and we know that Newport Richie bought that night's hotel, and I was told that they're looking at doing a The boat ramp we know, but Newport Ritchie and the county in conjunction. So I'm not suggesting this. I'm just throwing another monkey wrench into this plan. That you don't do anything to Nick's Park. Let the county do their thing. It'll probably be the same time frame. I don't know. That's one monkey wrench that I'm not proposing, but it's there. You're proposing not to do the golf cart crossing?
No, we need to do the golf cart crossing.
Okay.
For sure. What I would say, and I'm okay with either one. I'm okay with us spending the money and doing it right now. It's the community has made it perfectly clear they want that.
Yes.
The only thing that I take pause in is that we can get it 100% funding with a little time. You know, is time a bad thing in this scenario? Not necessarily, right? Because there's not a lot going on there's a lot going on, but it's all in the works, right? There's not a big as draw to have to come across there. So if we can get it 100% funded, and we seek that out, then we immediately deploy those other resources that we'd be paying to have it done now, and do some other things, more road paving, whatever we decide.
I respectfully, I disagree with that. You have got your whole side of the city that wants to go downtown Newport Ritchie, and they can't go across
I
without
agree.
a license plate. So they don't want to go to Gildogs, but you got a whole side of
Newport
Newport Ritchie
That's correct.
that wants to go downtown, and they can't get there right now.
By golf cart, that's
So,
correct.
irregardless of our situation, there are people that can't afford. And one of the things I remember, one of the examples was people want to go and they want to get groceries and they want to go and they can't. That's their only form of transportation. Thank you. Transportation is to get across there. So I think the golf cart crossing for many residents, as we've heard for a long time, is very important. And I think our residents are going to use the golf cart crossing more than we know our residents don't use the boat ramp. It's more county residents that use the boat ramp. Boat ramp's important. I agree with that. It's very important. It's very, very, very important. It's important to the county, not so much to Port Ritchie, where the golf cart crossing is specifically important to the residents of Port Ritchie.
Yeah, no, I totally agree. And like I said, I'm okay with really doing anything. It's an opportunity to get something for free and us to be able to deploy resources elsewhere. I'm not saying the boat ramp. I'm just saying whatever we think is more of a priority at the particular time. We got to spend money out of ARPA before the end of the year. So I'm open for whatever. So obviously, are you saying do it now? Spend money all 100% Port Ritchie? Is that?
Yeah.
Okay. So, like I said, I can go either way. Really? What's your thoughts on it?
So that
Let's
get the dollar or something on the table. We're talking about what, 350,000.
Right.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
And
So-
that would come from what fund? ARPA. And we'd have to have it committed by December 31.
Yeah.
And I don't see anything on ARPA here where we're at in the spend. That needs to be looked at as well. Do we have that?
It was budgeted for, correct?
Well, no. Where do we stand with the ARPA funds that have to be
Right now, there's
encumbered by
there's
December?
$651,000 in there. But I know there's some projects also. We were just talking about that in there too. But yes, the money you can't. From what I read on that thing, they have to be, if you're going to do construction, it has to be contracted construction. You can't say, hey, I'm going to hold this.
No,
Again, it's got to be encumbered for an actual project that is going to happen.
So it sounds like we got 650,000 that we need to spend quickly, and I know we haven't taken that pier out, some other things in here, right?
That's out to bid, correct? The pier? The destruction of piers.
Yeah. We'll be on it.
I thought it was already out.
Very soon with that. We were waiting for Public Works to finish what they had to do to remove the
Storm did have something for
Yeah,
us.
so because
We're
we have
approaching
to.
45 days here, you know.
Yeah.
We have the package and everything, so that project is already in going. So we have that money encumbered to do that project.
Yeah,
that's
commit, right?
fine.
But in the end,
We've signed a contract on that?
No, but in the end, that
It's still
would be considered committed.
All right, so we're good then. So since you had the floor, where are you at on the golf cart crossing? What do you think?
I could go either way also. If we got funds and we need to spend them and we can get this done, let's go for it.
Bob, what's your thoughts?
I say go for it too. People are going across there all the time now.
Yeah, it's going to make it safer. Yeah, and that's a terrible intersection. I mean, we almost run into people every time we go in my truck. You can't see that thing, you know.
Yeah. Okay. Well, it sounds like there's your consensus. Move forward on the golf cart process.
I make a motion that we move forward on the golf cart crossing.
Motion second. Any further discussion? Dan, anything you'd like to add?
Hey, we need the golf cart.
All right. No other public here. So put the vote all in favor, signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Sounds like we're gonna fix Grand Boulevard.
Dinner done.
So with that, I will let Tania on Thursday know that we can remove that off the list. That we're going to pursue it on our own.
What did you just say?
I will let the MPO board that we take that off the list because we're going to pursue it on our own.
Well, we need to give a couple more items to add to that.
Well, I was going to say the caveat to that is we need to get the underpass project.
Right, we'll have discussion. So, and maybe that is helpful. So, do you want to say something about the underpass project?
So,
what you found out? That's good information.
Yeah. So that project is moving forward, albeit slow. But again, when I had the conversation with the county engineer, this project came up, and for whatever reason, he is a very big proponent of this project and very interested in it. And recently, had been reaching out to the state to look at the funding for that project. And what the state came back is that it's eligible, and again, I can't remember what the acronym is for the funding, but it is eligible for 100% funding for the construction piece, as well as I think also some of the preliminary design and engineering stuff that would be done. The only thing that wouldn't be contained with that is right-of-way acquisition. And there is one piece that actually goes along the state right-of-way onto Catch's restaurant property. However, there's been some recent redesign since we went from a golf cart element to it to just a pedestrian bike pathway that actually reduces the amount of land that we would have to acquire from them. And they've let us know that they are interested in working. I mean, they're satisfied that it would be a minimal taking that they would have to give up. And so they're interested in working with us on that. So again, I don't know yet what that number is for right-of-way acquisition, but it looks like it's probably not going to be as big of a number as what we thought. And again, if we're taking this project off of the MPO's list, maybe we can put that on there. One, get it moved back up into the unfunded but close, and get the county to start focusing on that project. And possibly maybe even get some additional funding for right away.
Yeah, and I can tell you that the MPO board, several members on there are very interested in moving that up. It used to be number 2 priority, I think, but the 3 something like that, and it's dropped to 3.
Well, we got a water main we got to run over there. We need to deal with DOT also across the bridge. Can we do that at the same time?
I don't think they deal any with infrastructure on the water stuff.
Well, we'll take the issue up with them to see what can be done. I don't know if it can be melded into that project. We'll see.
I will say, going back to your conversation about the hotel, and I just let y'all know now, obviously, the county, city of Newport Richey, and us, myself met with them. There's talk of a combined project there because everybody kind of owns a little bit of property. So, but boat ramp, marina, mixed use commercial stuff, they've talked about. Again, very early stages, but obviously the hotel was key, and they just voted to acquire that. And so that conversation happened. And with that, did we ever get a measurement on the sidewalk across?
I had a chance to do that, but I don't think it's 8 feet.
So from a golf cart perspective, I think we probably need to look at getting a way to legally cross there on the bridge. I know people use the sidewalk now, but if it's 8 foot.
So we spoke to the I don't know if it was the state that we talked to. these conversations, there's so many of them, is either the county or the state. I think it was with the state. And they had indicated that the city has the ability to make that a golf cart crossing, but it has to meet certain criteria. For instance, if you did it, you could only allow it to be 15 miles an hour, right? But one of the big impediments is that it has to be 8 feet wide. And unfortunately, it kind of has a lot of land where you could probably do something, but when you get into the part of the bridge, and
concrete barrier.
Yeah, then all of a sudden it starts getting down to maybe 5 or 6 feet, but I just have to measure it. But if it's 8 feet, then it's a lot easier for us to declare that. Another problem, though, is at some point it turns into Newport Richey. So we would have to get Newport Richey also to be a partner in that.
Yeah. So anyway, that's another thing in the future we need probably to look at, trying to get some golf cart crossing. You ready for all these golf carts, Chief? Going on soon. We're going to get you a police car, golf cart, so you can fit right in. Yeah. And a megaphone. So,
All right, next.
that's all.
Well,
anything? Oh, business.
Well, with regard to the ARPA funds, when we look at the things that we're trying to spend down so that we exit and have a photo finish, we zero out that account. Are there any other things that you're aware of that can be quick hitters, like dredging the police boat under the police boat lift? That an estimate I got was about $5,000 to do that. Is there some things like that that can be assembled so that you can understand where we stand with respect to remaining spend?
Well, if we're doing a golf cart crossing $1,000, that'd pretty much take care of us, I think, with the
Well,
pier.
there's and I don't know if this, I just searched real quick, so I don't think this is my updated one, but it shows about $650,000 is what's currently available, with the biggest part being 584, almost 585 coming from the water main project, and so this encumbers, the money necessary for the pier removal, so we don't have to worry about that. So again, there's probably about 600,000. So high end 300,000 out of that. There's still another $350,000.
Could we do the bathroom?
We had a number. If you remember, we had sort of had this conversation in terms of what the priorities would be. That's not the one I pulled up, unfortunately, so I don't have those in front of me, what the priorities would be, but tomorrow I'll dig that out and I'll send it out for everyone to remind them.
Great. Anything else, old business?
Nick's ramp needs fixed bad. That hole is getting worse and worse.
What is that?
The Nick's ramp, the ramp is getting worse and worse, that hole. It's busting tires, it's busting license plates off, it's busting out lights.
Do we have money in ARPA for Nick's boat ramp? No.
No, we put money in
the budget for it.
in Penny for Pasco, the 50% match to the grant.
Oh.
We haven't gotten notice on the last grant yet, have we? I mean, we should have gotten that though. We're not getting it? Okay, that takes care of that. So we have $325,000 set aside in Penny for Pasco.
And there are a lot of locals.
That would have been
that
the
use it.
50%
There's a lot of
match
people
for
around the
Nick's
county
boat.
also, but there's a lot of locals.
A lot of time.
So that was to be the 50% match if we got the grant for the ramp project. But there was a lot of different elements to that. I mean, it was more than just the ramp itself. So we could look at just what the ramp repairs would need to be to get that up.
Yeah, I think we need to get that at a minimum.
That might be good. Also, don't you have a floating dock that's gone off its thing over at Waterfront Park? The floating dock is.
Oh, well, that's going to be a insurance claim.
Okay.
Yeah.
Lisa, did you have something?
No, that's something that needs repaired. Locals do use it,
Right.
but people around the county and out of the county use it too. But that's the whole point, is the waterfront.
And we were
So people want to put their boats in there, and it brings the outsiders here who stop at the restaurants and things like that up and down the river. So yeah, it's important.
Anything else? Pass it to Linda for her favorite. Hold on a second. Motion adjourned. Is there a second?
Second.
Have motion second. All in favor, signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Meeting adjourned. We got CRA.